Check, check. Hello, everybody. Got a few people coming in. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to Web3 Dubai 2022. Our first speaker today is Alex Pipashev. He is from Day2 Capital. They're one of our local diamond sponsors here in Dubai. Alex is the founder of a founder at Day2 Capital and part of the Day2 Capital DAO team. He's a Lobster Daily author, helping to navigate the Lobster DAO, and he's going to give a talk about scaling metaverse infrastructure with rollups and how rollups can help scale L1s. Give it up for Alex P.
Thank you so much for introduction, and can you hear me well? Is it good morning for you guys? Okay, let's go. So yeah, I'm Alex. I will talk about how we can scale metaverse. But basically, metaverse is a buzzword, but I will explain. And before I start, I wanna show you one quote from the man who is inspiring me. This is Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, actually the creator of Dubai, of modern Dubai we can see right now. And he said one important thing: the future belongs to those who can imagine, design, and execute it. Right? So we are builders of Web3. Web3 is a new web, and we have to create the future by ourselves. So the thing is, the world become more complex, and the global economy become more complex. You know, the human population is growing, etc. And two important features here for the technology which handles this must be automation and efficiency. Like, those are two main things every time we are thinking about technology. And one of the technology which is basically helping us to handle this is a blockchain technology and smart contracts, right? So unlike traditional contracts, smart contracts are not even contracts. Smart contracts are autonomous and automated computer programs which are running in parallel on many machines at the same time. And unlike traditional applications, where the data and the execution is happening on the centralized servers controlled by corporations, decentralized applications, those are, autonomous networks. Basically, the contracts which are running in parallel on the many machines at the same time. And the consensus needed to finalize the state, and the private signature needed to interact, for users to interact with the decentralized application. So, I know it sounds complicated, but everything we know right now, like trading apps, investing apps, shopping apps, whatever, eventually will become Web3 applications. Just because it's much more convenient in terms of trade-off between security, between ownership, and this is a main feature of the Web3 itself. But another thing is decentralized applications, those are borderless applications. It seems like the situation with the countries, borders, etc., looks like a legacy thing, then the world is basically global. So decentralized applications, those are borderless applications. And what is important for the global applications? Scalability. Scalability is one of the most important things to create the applications which can handle potentially billions of users. A few days ago, the world population reached 8 billions, right? So congratulations, guys. We are right now like 8 billions. And it seems like in a few years there will be 9 billions, and it's just growing exponentially. So of course, the technology has to be scalable. The second thing is convenience. For users, right now, if you look at the Web3, it's basically a headache. You have to remember your seed phrase, or you have to back up your private key somewhere. If you lose it, you lose everything. There is no, password restore thing, right? So this is really difficult for users, and the mass adoption comes only with the convenience, right? Like in the same way how we are doing with the payment services, like credit cards, etc. And the last one, secure. Right? If we have technology which is not secure, which has backdoors, no one will use it because no one will trust it. Basically, the money will be missed here. So, and at the moment, the most secure network, it's again up to me. I'm Ethereum Maxi, sorry. Sorry for Bitcoin Maxi, right? I think right now the most secure and the most decentralized network is Ethereum, and every other networks are trying to replicate the level of securities. And the issue is Ethereum as itself is as good as a consensus, right? It's as good as a, I think, layer 1 or layer 0 potentially, but in terms of applications with millions of transactions, it is not handling it because of high gas, because of low throughput. And one of the technology which is helping Ethereum to scale, so basically keep the security level of Ethereum itself, but suggesting the new execution layer, this is rollup technology, right? Optimistic rollups right now, and in the near future, ZK rollups. So basically, rollups, those are parallel blockchains, but they have no consensus. They are relying on the security of the Ethereum itself. There are many different approaches how it's working, but the special cryptography, which is basically Merkle proofs, is using to execute transactions on the machine called sequencer, but dump the chain and all the transactions, all the executions into the mainnet in a bunch of transactions, right? You can handle like millions of users on the rollup, but then you have to dump it on the Ethereum itself. And anytime it's possible for optimistic rollups to restore it, right? So this is a technology which helps to scale Ethereum. And here we also have data compression. And it's like an average like 10 times data compression. So we have some opportunity to be on Ethereum, but execute transactions in parallel. So this is something about rollups. Why it's needed? Why it's needed? The metaverse is a buzzword. Basically, metaverse is something about AI, VR, you know, like AR, some new words where people can interact, but it's all worthless if we have no digital assets within the artificial worlds, right? In augmented reality or virtual reality. But digital assets, those are subject of platform, which is using to issue those assets or communicate with those assets. So this is why scaling layer 1, scaling through layer 2 is actually helping metaverses to scale, because it's not about 100 people per day, it's about millions of people, users per day. So what is G-Tone protocol? First of all, it's a rollup. You probably noticed it, right? So this is a rollup ecosystem. We have rollup on Ethereum, we have rollup on Binance Chain and on other chains. Why it's important? Because another thing and another feature of this rollup is that we are using, instead of using Ethereum, we are using G-Tone dollar stablecoin as a gas currency for rollup. And this is big difference. Like, if you are user of rollups, most often you're using Ethereum token as a gas currency. So the thing is convenience. For users, it's not convenient to keep all their funds on chain in the form of Ethereum, just potentially use it as a gas currency, right? This is mostly like an investment currency here. Then you have stablecoin as a gas currency. It's much convenient for you to keep it as a deposit, right? So, and you don't have to worry about price volatility of the gas currency. You can just use it as it is for every rollup in the system. And speaking about stablecoins, it's not a good time right now to pitch the stablecoins, especially after Terra Luna crash. But there are two different types of decentralized stablecoins. You probably know stablecoins like backed by cash, right? It's easy, USDC, USDT, BUSD, whatever. They have pretty simple approach. You have money in the bank, you issue the digital dollar, which is pegged 1-to-1 to dollar. But there are also two different types of so-called decentralized stablecoins, right? One is algorithmic stablecoins, but there is no robust model yet for algorithmic stablecoins, especially after Terra Luna crash. There is, you know, some issues with such models. But there is one robust model for stablecoins, basically over-collateralized stablecoins, which are working based on CDP, right? Collateral deposition. How it works? To issue $100 of the stablecoin, you have to lock $150 of the currency, of Ethereum currency, right? So you have over-collateralization, you have stablecoin, and every time the currency, which back currency, the collateral currency is going down, it can be liquidated. If you're using liquid assets, especially if you're using many liquid assets like multi-collateral, multi-over-collateral, you are preventing death spiral from the happening. And this is the difference between algorithmic stablecoins. Still, most of the models of algorithmic stablecoins, those are subject of death spiral. For the decentralized stablecoins, for the over-collateralized stablecoins, it's not yet. So if you look at most of the stablecoins like LUSD, DAI, MEME, which are using same approach, or Gton dollar, you will find that every time there is a market dump, what is happening? Basically, the supply of the stablecoin reducing because of liquidation happening. So every time the market is going down, the supply of the stablecoin is reducing. And this is how stablecoins with over-collateral is basically self-managing systems, right? We have some actors who is performing situation from the first of all from depegging, second from the preventing bad debt. And another story is, of course, the value capturing. Then you have infrastructure like sequencer, and the users are doing activity there. You are generating the fees, right? So those fees basically are subject of value capturing for the treasury, and then you can redistribute it as a rewards for the ecosystem. So 3 things: rollups, stablecoin as a gas currency, and the staking protocol, right? And once again, what is Gton protocol? Rollup, which helps Ethereum to scale, actually every chain to scale. Stablecoin as a gas currency, which is convenient for users, and the staking protocol, which is capturing all the activity from the infrastructure. And what is a Gton ecosystem? Basically, all the applications you can imagine can be launched on the Gton rollups. Those are EVM rollups, so every Solidity code can be executed there. And we have so-called real-verse application. Any guesses what we can call real-verse? Any guesses? Because we also have metaverse, which is much more popular buzzword. So anyway, speaking about real verses, by real verses I mention applications where we are interacting with the real world, but assets in this world, those are digital assets. For example, if you have sneakers and you're doing something like walk to earn, or running to earn, you are basically doing both things. You are interacting with the real world, right? But you are mining the currency, which is absolutely digital, right? Or you are rewarding by NFTs, which are also digital. So this is a combination of real world applications and the digital assets, and this we will call real-world applications. About metaverse applications is different. Metaverse is mostly about VR or AR, and but the thing is, it is not there yet. We have to do a lot of things before it basically will happen in the metaverse. And again, the future is here. We can make it autonomous and efficient. I hope this conference is one of the best conferences in Dubai, which actually bring us together to discuss, to share ideas, to do collabs and build something. So launch your applications on Gton. We have testnet ready. We also sponsor hackathon right now. So thank you. We have a booth, and ask any questions. Thank you so much. I'm done.
Do we have any questions from the audience? All right. Yeah, give it up one more time for Alex P. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thanks to Gton Capital for being one of our diamond sponsors. We have another talk coming up in just about 7 minutes. So if you want to hang out, we'll have Francesco from Consensus and MetaMask up next. Thank you. it said that you had to.
Already? Let me check. Yes. It's here.
You good?
Yes.
All right, everybody. We're going to get started with our second talk. So next up, we have Francesco Andrioli. He is a DevRel and community member over at Consensus. He's an honorary member of our MetaMask extended family. He has immense working knowledge on the overall Ethereum ecosystem and its protocols. And fun fact, he enjoys kite surfing with his friends. Give it up for Francesco. Thank you very much.
Hi guys. Hi guys. So many people today. So many strangers that I don't know. I'm happy. I'm happy to be here in this week at Dubai. But yeah, let me run through the idea because behind this deck is. Yeah, I just want to run through like not just what is MetaMask, why we're doing this, what's the developer tooling behind it, but also why, especially after the scandals in the past weeks, why we need decentralization, why we need specific like solution for not just scaling Ethereum, but remain owner of our data. Yeah, so why Web3 matters, the platform, snaps. How many, just quick hand, I know that you are too many, but how many developers are here in the room? Okay, nice. Cool. Awesome. So I'm normally going around the stage, but I guess I will stay here and do my fitness later on. But why Web3 matters? So how many of you agree that our ad-based internet is broken today? Yeah? Sure? Maybe, yeah. Okay. But long story short, I don't want to bore you with text, but we literally are becoming, I mean, we're not really owners of our data today. We become the product. A bunch of centralized services are around, and we are getting tracked every time without actually like yeah, without actually not just profiting, but being aware on what we're giving away every day. And we find out like five principles that could be part of like what is Web3 today and why we need to care. I'm normally asking people, but since we are too many today, I'm just going through directly the points. User own account. We need to have much more control on our identity and credentials is a big use case. Accessible interface, it need to be much more comprehensible. UX need to game up their game today, and that's why also we're doing a bunch of also UX hackathon to try and understand what's the user experience when you onboard not just a wallet, but when you onboard on Snaps in the future. Explicit requests. We need to have much more, not just on the user control, but the developer need to understand which access is giving to extensions or mobile, and need to access is fast and need to be transparent. Revocable permissions. I know maybe you guys are using like specific revoke dApps out there for your MetaMask wallet, but it's something that need to be easier to manage. A bunch of people, for example, did revoke Snap during some ETH previous hackathon in DEFCON and in Lisbon, and it was quite interesting to see like literally like every time that you're interacting with a dApp, you get basically like access revoked afterwards. Share progressively means literally like we need to give power back to the community. The community need to own specific product, develop on a certain layer 0, certain platform, and they need to own what they build. Like today, like yes, you have a specific business model like WordPress plugins, like Google Chrome extensions, but we just need something that is literally owned by the developer out there, and anybody can own and build what they're thinking is progressively important. So yeah, building sustainable regenerative solution, building for the community and being interoperable. Like, I don't know if you went yesterday to Nader workshop, was super interesting because yeah, like Lens is really like a way to also like having interoperability between socials without actually rebuilding your track record. Build for utility, UX, especially like we need to start making people what people love, especially on the onboarding side. We saw that in a bunch of UX hackathon, was kind of like the first hackathon thinking about how is the experience like heading a Snap into MetaMask? How is the experience onboarding as like, I don't know, as a person that is not a Web3 aficionado? Like, so like UX is a big part. Build for social trust and attestation. So Lens is just an example, but verifiable credential is also one of the biggest use case, and extensibility. Like we don't have the luxury to build 50 same wallets. We don't have the luxury to build products that are the same, but we need to build on top of like a solution. That's why I like, rollups, big fan, and shout out to ZK Sync for the last raise a couple of days ago. So yeah, in a nutshell, it's not just about having 30 million monthly active users, but it's to have something extensible. You can interact with client-based APIs. So every time that you're interacting with extension, you're calling specific APIs, and feel free also to check out those API playground that I think also, like we had a cool workshop with Eric yesterday, yeah, it was quite fun, the ticketing system that you guys built. Cross-platform, so mobile and desktop, that is there's a big part, and then hardware wallets integration. Long story short, so the idea is we have a lot of products, right? But for developers, like there are three main pillars on the developer tooling that we have today: dApp API, mobile SDK, and Snaps. I will focus a little bit on Snaps now, but I want to let you know, like dApp's API is a big vertical. Mobile SDK today, like there is a bunch of things happening with game developer integrating MetaMask natively, not using like different other integrator. And yeah, I'm very excited about Snaps. I will tell you why. But how many people heard about Snaps or saw me doing a talk again on cool. That's awesome. Yeah, it's good that stranger knows Snaps. But yeah, I mean, long story short, our snaps are allowing us extending MetaMask, the extension that you have today, and there are different use cases. I will talk a little bit about the use case, but the most important things that you need to understand is that everything that you find a pain point, you can actually build and extend, not just the functionality, but in the future also the UX on the extension and mobile. Way to build. So going back to our 5 criteria, one thing's extremely important is exactly the trustless execution and the transparency when to build a snap. Like, we are literally like thinking about, okay, there is 0 permission by default, meaning I show you right now what does it mean, but everything, every time that you interact, as Snap interact with a specific command on the extension, it will ask you like with transparency, like what is accessing to and why is accessing to. This is what's just an example, right? So this is a list of like fetching display transaction inside and access to the internet. Even like a basic things like accessing the internet like is shown to the users. So it's literally like transparency by default, and people has access to what exactly is happening, adding a snap. If today, like I'm asking you how many plugins you have for your WordPress, sometimes you even don't know what those plugins are doing and when you can revoke them access. How this work? Basically, like a snap is an NPM package with a source code, manifesto, and a JSON package file. And how you're publishing this, I will show you right now, but it's literally like published to NPM JS. How we're distributing a snap? You publish a snap today on NPM JS, you deploy a dep to invite users to install your snap, and then when a dep invokes your snap, MetaMask will prompt users to install a snap. So it's literally like every user had access today to the snap, obviously through NPM today. After you install the snap, this is what Flask looks like. So basically, Flask is the canary version of MetaMask. What you can see here is the snaps list, and you can basically say activate, stopping, see detail, and what's going on. But after you install it, you have it under settings, and other dApps can use your snaps too. So basically, it's a scalable way to also have different users to use your snap in terms of distribution. So we spoke about use case. There are a bunch of use cases that I'm excited about. I don't know if you were in specific hackathons, you know that non-EVM compatible snaps are big things. So BTC snap, you literally can use Bitcoin on your extension, not directly on your extension, but as a single independent app. But that's not wrap BTC. You have Starknet. I will show you a quick demo on the Starknet snap. That's quite interesting. API, privacy, identity. I'm super interested in notification and chatting snap. Basically, you get notified when an event triggers on your natively on your operating system. That's super interesting. And I already told with EVM extension and state channels. Rollups are also like a part of interesting use case. We also got like someone that in I think was ETH Bogota and Lisbon, they built a revoke access snap, and one other project did also like a roll-up snap for transactions. It was quite interesting. Oh, and security, like I don't know if you saw late, like I don't know, Argent Guardian solution. So like MPC recovery access. This can be built as a snap too, and it's super exciting because it's not actually like sending you email as guardians, but it's using natively like Ethereum accounts to recover the sharded keys. That's super interesting. So yeah, as I said, ever expanding APIs and a bunch of things that you need to know that are coming soon. Today we have, I don't know, like quite a big library of snaps. But what we need to do is having custom UI directly from added from the snap on terms of like extension, but also obviously like trying to find a way to distribute those snaps to end users, so being on production. There is no specific date, but it will be next year. I don't want to FOMO or sending some alphas here. We're in such a like a private setup. But why is important, right? Like let's do a step back. Like this is really like kind of a more childish approach, but I want to show you, like, everybody know this, right? You probably have it, right? But there are 4.5 million apps as last year, and how many you think they are developed by Apple? I give you like three options, like let's do like 50%, 30%, or 1%. How many? 5? You wanna add? 1%? I don't know. I wanna get 0%, but the answer is literally less than 0.001%, and they're made by Apple. That's quite crazy. And let's do another example. Obviously, Google Chrome extension, 130,000 extension as at the last year, and we have around also like I think 50 that are really made by Google that actually no one really used a lot. It's crazy. I have 50 if you think about. I'm not a fan of this, but nobody knows how many tons of apps are out there, but a bunch made by Microsoft, but still tiny, right? So even probably less. There is this. This is just a fun slide. I don't know about this, but this was my favorite app when I was a child, and it was not even made by Microsoft. But I don't know how many of you guys play with that. But you can also look it up. But long story short is wallets are like that. I was like 8 years old when my father was using that, and I don't know how many people you remember Simons. But we are literally today building different Simons. Wallet have the same functionalities, just a duplication of functionality. We're not actually building on top of things. We don't want to do that, right? What we are trying to do is basically like building from Simon to a store, a functional platform where people can build on top of things. That's why like we want to basically open door for innovation. We get so many feedback by developers, and today, you can build whatever you want to build. Integration to hardware wallet, the different use case that I basically like presented today. And at the end, the ultimate goal is to empower the community to build cool stuff and have access basically fast and efficiently to end users. And basically telling the community, hey, it's not a solution building new wallets and specific things. So as I said before, snaps are available on Flask. So what you do is the developer version, the staging version, the canary version and you can find more information here. I want to run through like something a little bit less boring. So this is a StarkNet app. It's basically make you available a non-EVM compatible snaps on top of your MetaMask. You obviously can see other like snaps, like the Filecoin snap is also quite cool. You can send and store signature and files on top of your MetaMask. Now those snaps are acting as a single dApp, but in the next future they will be integrated in the extension too. So that's basically like a quick recording. So you're accessing the snap through your extension. What you're doing here, you're selecting testnet. I already gave, so basically what happens, I already gave permission to Flask from the extension to use the snap. And here I can basically send some girly testnet with StarkNet. Yeah, that's quite interesting. So 001, because I'm not, this morning we're still in bear market, also testnet bear market. But basically what happens here, you need to sign the transaction, you're approving it, and boom, let's wait, transaction set successfully, so this is deployed. And what we did, and you can also check on Voyager what's happening. I'm always breaking demos, that's why I'm showing video recordings. There is less error to have. But basically, long story short, what happens here, you add your StarkNet snap, and you can interact with a non-EVM chain. I want to do this example now. The Bitcoin snap is also quite cool. Mirko yesterday showed it in the Lightning talk, and I really wanted to show it again. But basically what's happening here, I'm just taking a little bit bigger. So we are accessing, so these are the permission that you're requesting from the snap, connecting permission to NPM. So what you're doing, you're connecting, and this is also quite cool. I don't know if you see it, but it's basically telling display confirmation, control your Bitcoin accounts, and control your test network accounts. So basically it's is transparently tell you how the snap will interact with your extension. So here we are proving we are installing the snap. When it is installed, you will see in your setting in Flask, like in the snap list. So we're proving we're extending the public key. This is quite important. And basically what's happening here, we are sending some Bitcoin on testnet. Just to say, this is not a wrapped BTC. This is our natively Bitcoin, and you can also check the addresses before on the scan. Here we're sending 001. So what's happening is you're approving the transaction. And basically, boom, you will get your testnet BTC on your wallet. And this the idea now is acting as a single dApp, but what's basically happens in the future is you can exactly do the same with directly on your extension or mobile. Here is just checking on the Explorer that there is actually a Bitcoin address and not a wrapped one. I also have another one, but I think people are almost sleeping here in the morning. The transaction inside Snap is also quite cool, but I think I can show you later if you're coming around. So something like you wanna check is, so we're trying to prep specific things on snaps, especially for hackers during hackathon. We have the different getting started guides. We have a mono repo that you can start build your snap on, and those are the links. You can also check the MetaMask dev when you're back probably from Dubai to see some news, what's happening, and let me just do it big. Nice. And last slide, for not boring any further, like that's basically the ecosystem today. Manbir yesterday a colleague of mine did a talk on MetaMask Grants DAO, launched 3 weeks ago. Every developer or builder or founder can apply for specific grants. We have around 2.4 million a year to give out. There are some proposal examples that you can do that are quite interesting. And Snap's developers are extremely welcome to do that, and also hackathon winners. Dev ecosystem, like, yeah, we push a bunch of hackathons today with around 50,000 in MetaMask bounties, and also we run different events called Connect event, and yeah, super excited about this because this is a bunch of like talks and workshops during the major events like ECC, Paris, or like DEF CON, and a bunch of those. Cool. I want to tell you thank you so much, and yeah, feel free to ask questions now or whenever. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm super excited about Snaps, and I know I'm one of your colleagues at Consensus and MetaMask, but as a DevRel there, I get a lot of questions. People are asking how can the thing that they're building be integrated into MetaMask, and just think if we were to try to partner with everyone out there that asks us this question, Snaps gives them the ability to kind of build this within a snap and integrate it on their own time with their own efforts and not have to wait on us. So that's really awesome. Yes, right now Flask is kind of what you use to be able to test out these snaps. But if you get working with them as a developer now, I think you'll have an edge whenever it's available for MetaMask proper in the future. And I use Flask every day, like for testing dApps, and it is no different than the regular MetaMask. But I just wanted to ask if anyone had any questions. Yeah, Alex P. Alex P actually had a good point earlier, which was like there's no really way to recover your wallet if you, at the current time. Is that what you want to ask about? Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Really good topic with the customized version of MetaMask. I have a question precisely about non-EVM, because the whole user experience with the current version of MetaMask is basically you have one account, which is like EVM, right, address, and then it's just switching between the different networks. And this is pretty convenient for users right now. It's easy to learn, it's easy to switch the network if the application is on another chain. There are a lot of bridges which are using the same name address, but with non-EVM we have so much headache with different addresses. Like how it will be changed?
I mean, I'm going back to the mic here. But I mean, if you look at the BTC Snap now, they're acting as independent app. But basically, the idea is that the end user will interact directly doing BTC transaction on your extension, but he is not, he's aware that he gives the Snap the access to the private key, but he's not changing addresses. So it's not like the only things that you want to select is the network that you're on it. So like that's what I'm assuming. That's basically like what will happen, because we cannot allow end users to always change to network. If I'm doing like a Solana transaction, a Starknet transaction, what the user wants is just to pick up the currency and send the currency and give access directly to the Snap. But if anyone has other like recommendation, feel free to.
Any follow-up? Any follow-up question?
Yeah. Same question about cross-chain. It seems like since like 2 years, the cross-chain narrative is kind of dead, right? I mean, Vitalik messaged that Anton Bykov write a good thread about why cross-chain is not there, but multi-chain is there. I mean, people they are keeping their funds at the same time on all the chains. And the question is, right now we have a lot of tracking apps, like portfolio tracking apps, like Zerion or Debunk, which are helping you to look at your wallet across all the chains as a one thing. You can keep all the balances, all the tokens, etc. And this is really important from the user interface, user experience perspective. The question is there any opportunities for you as a MetaMask company to open this Lego for the developers to play with the UX of the MetaMask itself, like doing such things as a portfolio trackers as well?
Yeah, so basically like extension on basically on the UX on the extension, like you will be able to do that. It was super interesting because, for example, in ETH Verso, like those hackers basically they build a Snap as an independent app, but they also like thematize how those buttons will look like on production MetaMask, and was really interesting because that's exactly where we want to go in terms of customizing UX on the, and also like assume now we're speaking about extension, but mobile is another full cool story. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I was saying, you asked or you stated earlier that there's not really a way to recover wallets. I was just getting back to my point earlier, and I think that MetaMask snaps. We've already seen several different snaps. From people doing hackathons and also from some people that we've hired that literally did a snap around wallet recovery as their job interview. But those are all things that I think will be possible with something like MetaMask snaps. And so I'm very excited to see it get rolled out next year. And hopefully that and a lot of other opportunities are made available with snaps.
Yeah, I wanna also say, like, for recovery accesses, like, you should check it out. We did 2 days ago a Snaps community call focused on hackathon winners, and one hackathon winners did an NPC snap, and this is basically like what will happen, like recovering accesses, basically by sharding the private key directly to the Ethereum addresses. So the only things that you will do as Guardian is giving basically the Ethereum address. And we did that in the community call. I'm happy to share like the recording, and yeah, that was super cool because there are solutions out there for that.
I think we have time for maybe one more question. If anyone has another question, raise your hand. If not,
oh, there is one.
Oh, over there. I'm sorry.
So we are working on NFT renting solution where we are looking for implementing it where just like how the account recovery works, we want to make it in a way that rented NFTs cannot be misused by the renter, as it should be require permission from other Guardian accounts as well. Okay, and it should not require, like with the game and all, they should be able to use it freely, but they should not be able to transfer it. So we were thinking of multi-sig kind of solution. So I was thinking like with snaps, maybe we can implement it natively into the MetaMask so that with the messaging system, it would be by default be rejected if there is any malicious intent or anything. And if there are some snaps, like ROG snaps are coming and all, so is there MetaMask will be disapproving them, kind like the scammy websites kind of thing? Will be, should it be there in the snaps as well? Like, currently some fake domains like Uniswap scam kind of things are disapproved by this. So will that be same for snaps as well? Because that would be very useful for normal users to not install those kind of snaps.
Like, I mean, so you're saying like how those snap security will work in terms of getting the end user non-access to fishy scams. But what you can do is already using, I mean, extensions, if, for example, cross-checking and have a blacklist of specific like website provided by different APIs from ChainSafe and a bunch of other companies. But basically, like with snaps, you can also check and build on other APIs. So you can cross-check on that. There is actually like, there was in a hackathon, like they did a security snap, and basically was doing cross-checking. Then every website that you interacting were not like basically like phishing attack or blacklisted. Basically was enhancing the privacy on top of your extension. That was cool. And the other question, you spoke about NFT estimator. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah, nosy safe kind of solution, yeah. 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 No, you can do. You just need to basically like approve the accesses to the other app when you're doing like the renting, for example. I mean, one other use case is, for example, I don't know if you know this company called Superfluid. They're basically streaming amount of data. Obviously, payment is the streaming, but they also like streaming ownership of NFT. It's super interesting. And in ETH Bogota, there was a team that basically did, instead, it's not, in theory, it's like a loan or a renting, but basically what was doing is streaming ownership of an NFT to basically another account, and basically through an amount of time. You can, and basically what they did is they used the Superfluid SDK, there is the API, and they built a snap on top of that. That was cool.
All right, if anyone else has any questions, you guys can grab Francesco when he comes off the stage. Let's go ahead and give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Francesco.
Thanks, guys.
And we'll have the next talk up in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Give us just a few minutes. So loud.
Oh, it's not changing?
Yeah, it will.
Oh, because you have double screen.
Yeah. It's not the best setup.
No, but it's working. It's working. This is what matters.
There's my other browser. There it is. Let's go there for now.
Perfect. Should I get the other person? I don't know who is.
Do you know who it is?
I don't know.
See. Next is Sergey Var. So yeah.
Search bar.
Yeah. I don't know where he is. But hopefully he'll show up. I'm gonna go ahead and get his presentation up and ready. Yep, absolutely. All right, so we're just waiting for the next presenter to show up, Sergey Var from Point Labs. He has actually a really good, oh, here he is right here. Awesome. 1 second. Oh, is it a half an hour? Let me just double, yeah, I think. Yeah, absolutely, we do have a break right now, guys. That was my fault. If you want to be back here in a half an hour at 11:30, we will have Sergey. So grab a drink, take a break. Sorry about that, Sergey. I was just going on to the next person. I did. But you're right. It's 30 minutes from now. I'm going to go ahead and leave your slides up, though. Yeah, I think I can do one. All right, everybody. Welcome back to track one. Next up, we're going to have Sergey Var, probably one of the only people here who can answer the question, what is Web 3.0? Literally nobody at World Blockchain Summit could answer this question. And I'm actually inviting him over to my house for Thanksgiving because I need someone to explain to my mother what we do in Web 3. He's going to talk about Web 2.0, or sorry, Web 2.5 to Web 3, crossing the final frontier. He's the CEO of Point Labs. They're doing amazing things to bring us real decentralization. He's here to give us a fantastic keynote-style talk, and I find him very inspiring. Join me in welcoming Sergey Var.
Thanks. All right, well, good morning, everyone who is here. I guess some people will also come here. Yeah, that's the question. What is Web3? We are at Web3Dubai conference. And if I ask anyone in this, okay, I know what people are going to say, right? Read, write, own, right? Try to explain, okay, so normal people say, so what, right? Or people start throwing in words like blockchain technology, tokenization, metaverse. And a normal person is asked, okay, so what? I still don't understand. What the hell are you talking about, this Web3, right? So it confuses people. And it's very bad because if we want mass adoption of Web3, we should be able to explain Web3 to a 65-year-old and to a 12-year-old, right, in a very simple terms. And the problem is that we start with how. Of course, engineers all do that, right? Imagine we come to sell a website, some studio, and we say, oh, we use WordPress and PHP and JavaScript. The client doesn't understand that, and he doesn't want to know that. He wants to know, you need to come in and say, this website redesign will increase the revenue 20%. And then he's like, okay, now we are talking. How much is 20%? Oh, it's going to be plus $20 million in your revenue. All right, we're going to charge you 100K. Done. You just got 100K for your web shop development. If you come in, oh, we do WordPress, PHP, MySQL. Okay, here's $1,000, right? Whatever. It doesn't understand how it translates. So we need to speak about how. Need to speak about why, not how. Let's see. So no wonder people think that it's a scam because nobody can explain it properly. So we can agree that what is it? It's 3.0. It's the next generation of the internet, right? After the first one and the second one. But why do we need next generation of the internet? Because people say, oh, my internet is working fine, right? Yes, it does, until one morning you wake up and you want to look at your favorite YouTuber or favorite podcaster, and it says, your account has been terminated for violating community guidelines, right? And then, yeah, it's, okay, now I don't have to convince anyone that censorship is an issue, right? Elon Musk is buying Twitter because of censorship. Kanye West bought Parler because of censorship. Freaking Andrew Tate bought into Rumble because of censorship. Everyone understands that. But they cannot do anything with that because even Parler was attacked before by AWS. Amazon just took away all their servers, right? Even though they said we're not going to censor anyone. And yes, it's so silly, right? So people with millions of followers and one controversial tweet and they're out, right? Millions, it's so silly. Imagine it's like millions of people showed up at the concert or somewhere. They say, they click the button, they say, we want to listen to this person, we want to hear from them. And then there's one guy said, no, I don't think so, right? It's insane that this is happening. And of course, it affected many YouTubers, as you know. So then you start thinking, okay, I don't like this. What can I do? I want the internet to be free. I want the information to be free. Is there anything that can be done about this? Yes, there is. That's called Web 3.0, and that's why we're working on this. Internet without censorship. Okay, so you start thinking, right? Just thinking, not saying it out loud, because, of course, everyone is now mainstream on social media. They are afraid to say anything that is controversial, anything out of the mainstream of the party line, because they don't want to be banned. So now, on top of the censorship, there is self-censorship, where you're afraid to say anything so your account doesn't get banned. And there is also shadow ban, shadow censorship, which is what happens is, well, the easiest way to understand this is when you scroll your Facebook tweet or Facebook feed or Twitter feed or Instagram, whatever, right? There must be something that's going to show you what's next, that's going to decide what to show you next. And this is called the algorithm, right? This has been called the algorithm in the industry. And of course, the purpose of this algorithm was very wholesome all this time. It was to glue you to the screen almost 24/7, so you scroll and watch the most amount of ads and generate the most profit for the company. But that wasn't bad enough, because right now, the big tech cartel, what they did is they said, no, this is not enough for us. They came to engineers, they said, Give us a special tool where we can go to this algorithm and manually fix it. And they're saying, don't worry, we're going to use it for good, right? We're going to battle conspiracy theories and whatever, right? We're going to use it for good. But give us a tool to boost some voices and suppress other narratives. And they did it. And of course, they used it for political purposes. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg just admitted this like a month ago on Joe Rogan podcast. So everyone is looking at reality through this reality filter. Everyone is looking at this, and you don't see what's happening. You don't see the conversations. You only see what big tech literally wants you to see. And then you think, OK, this is bad enough. I don't like this, but what can I do about this? Is there anything that can be done about this? Yes, there is. It's called Web 3.0, and that's why we're working on this. Internet without this reality filter, where everything is transparent. And so then, OK, you start thinking, all right, but at least I can go to my Google Notes, Google Keep, I can go to Apple Notes, I can start researching privately some stuff, right? At least I have this private mental space to collect my thoughts. But at least I have this private mental space to collect my thoughts, reads a 19-year-old analyst at the NSA or other spy agencies and says, wow, you look like a dangerous individual based on your private notes. I think I should look more into you, right? I think I should, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look at all your connections. And I'm going to look at your relatives, right? It's called connections, of course, because you're a target now. Oh, look, he has a daughter. Oh, look, he has a private iCloud account. Let me see. Wow, there's some juicy pictures. Bill, look at this, and send this to Andrew on the second floor, because he loves collecting this stuff. This is literally what happens. This is literally what Edward Snowden witnessed while he was working at the NSA. He talked about this 9 years ago, and nothing has been done since, not legally, not technologically. Steal all our private information, all our emails, documents, messages, personal photos, whatever, private videos, every Zoom call, everything is being recorded and sent here to this data center in Utah. Billions of people, all private information. There is no private information. Forget about it. There is nothing private if it ever touches the internet or if the device is ever online. And of course, they say, oh, we're going to use it for good reasons, and they use it for their own political, personal, career reasons. They do whatever they want. And so you think, OK, I don't like this internet at all. Yes, this is trash. I don't want to use it if this is the case. Is there anything that can be done about this? Yes, there is. It's called Web 3.0, and that's why we're working on this, Internet without mass surveillance. So that's how we should explain Web 3.0 to people, not explaining the how. All these blockchains and tokens, everything comes later. This is how. We need to explain them why they need to switch to this new internet. So that has been the dream. Decentralized internet is Web 3.0. Not the expensive monkey pictures on the blockchain, although they can be a part of it. Not adding a token to VR chat and calling it a metaverse, although it can be a part of it, but completely decentralized internet, right? And now we understand why it has to be decentralized, because if there is anything that is centralized, that's what they're going to attack, and that's where they're going to put censorship and reality filter and mass surveillance. So it should be completely decentralized. So it's such a relief that today we have the whole Web 3.0 industry, and there is such an internet, right? Because we are at Web3Dubai right now. So where do I go? For the internet where I cannot be censored, I cannot be mass surveilled, where the reality filter, I can see transparently what's going on. Ooh, what's this? The NFT you tried to visit is violating our community guidelines. Wait, what? I thought this is Web3. I thought this cannot happen. Don't use curve.fi website. Name service compromised. Wait, I thought this was decentralized internet. I thought this was Web3. How can this be happening? Oh, because they use centralized domain, of course, curve.fi. So that's the problem. Despite us talking about decentralized internet, Web3 industry largely still relies on centralized infrastructure. Centralized domain, centralized storage, centralized identities, passwords, etc. Okay, people say, all right, that's just name servers. Let's just point a domain to IPFS. But the problem is you cannot access IPFS natively in the browser. You have to use gateways. And of course, companies like Cloudflare conveniently provide to you an IPFS gateway. And then, oops, BadgerDAO reveals details how it was hacked for $120 million of user funds. A maliciously injected snippet from Cloudflare. Isn't that interesting? All right. And then people say, let's put it directly on the blockchain. Let's use blockchain domains like .eth, .crypto, .sol, whatever, right? But still, you cannot access them natively. If you go right now to vitalik.eth, what's it going to say? How can I see Vitalik's block? Anyone knows? Where do I go? This doesn't work. What's the problem? You can shut out. It's OK. OK, 99% of the Ethereum industry uses .link, eth.link. And the other 1% uses .lima. And so, OK, now I can open it, vitalik.eth.link. Oh, but you didn't see the bait and switch. Because a couple months ago, if you went there, you would see this. eth.link has expired. What? I thought this is Web3, how can it expire? ENS Foundation says, we are aware that ETH.link is down. Unfortunately, the name is owned by Virgil Griffiths, who is currently unavailable. Who knows why he's currently unavailable? Oh, he's in the United States prison for 5 years without internet access, right? So you want to tell me that 99% of the Ethereum community was accessing this domain that's owned by just some guy and nobody noticed and he's in prison and that's why it was banned? Yes, always was, right? They were able to get this domain back. That's how it still works right now, vitalik.eth.link, but they had to file an injunction with the US court, and the US court gave them back the domain. So who's really in control of the domain, and who could have put anything there that they want? So this all makes me really angry. This is not the Web3 we've been dreaming about and fighting for. And then I go and people say, oh, but some centralization is good, some censorship is good. I'm like, I think those people haven't been at the beginning of when Satoshi created this, the cypherpunk community, the minimal intervention of the government, right? That's why Satoshi decentralized money with Bitcoin, BitTorrent decentralized file sharing, but there was always this dream, how can we decentralize the whole internet completely? All of it, right? And that was always, that's what Web3, but right now there is no Web3, despite the whole industry dedicated to it. And I'm very glad that now prices went down and a lot of bullshit projects, bullshit Web3 projects will die. And the real Web3 will, by the way, if you Google real Web3, if you ever forget Point Network, just Google real Web3, we come first, just because we talk about it so much. No SEO, just organically talking about this every time. Anyway, and we called it Point Network. We decided, okay, let's do this. The timer is a bit confusing. It says 35 minutes, so it went before. Anyway, just stop. Just security will drag me off the stage, I think, if I overstay. Anyway, so Web 3.0. I will tell you more details. Of course, there's going to be a workshop at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. In the next hall, so we can go to the demo and everything. But yes, world's first full Web3 architecture. So we have our own Web3 browser. And everyone asks, is it like Brave? No, it's not like Brave. You will understand why in a second. Because in here, we block all Web2 connections. All the internet is completely blocked. If you try to go to facebook.com, it will say, no, you can only open this in your normal browser. If you try to spy on your users to Google Analytics, the IP connections will not work. All the internet is completely blocked. It's only decentralized domains, only decentralized storage, and only decentralized identities. So for the first time, we have this network that is completely isolated from the old internet. And that's what we tell people should do. So of course we have our own domains.point, but we also support .eth and .link, so that's the decentralized domains. And we are the first browser to natively support .sol domains, let's say, in the browser without .sol, .link or whatever, right? And how does it work? Well, so this is your identity, right? Say Mike.point, and people can send you money, but most importantly, this is your domain if you register and all the subdomains. So it points to an IP address, right? Like an IPFS, no. That's the Web 2 way. It points to a hash, right? And why we do that? Because we cannot store everything on the blockchain. If we store pictures on the blockchain, it's going to be petabytes. We cannot do that. But we can store small hashes and then offload this to decentralized storage. And we use Arviv, and Arviv is also, they are backers. And that's how we do. And then this is what you see on Arviv. So this hash corresponds to a folder on Arviv, right? And then you do point deploy, and the website is there. Every single website update is a transaction on the blockchain. So it's all transparent. Everyone can see what's happening. And auditing companies can subscribe. So this curve.fi hack, you know, the company, Curve Finance, they didn't even know that the hack happened. They said, no, the website working correctly. And then users told them, no, I got a bunch of money stolen. And only then they understood. Here, people would see a new transaction coming to this domain. And they would say, wow, let us look at this. What is happening, right? They would see the notification. And also we are going to do multi-sig domains, which is, it's good that the technical audience is mostly here. Multi-sig wallets, you need like 3 out of 5 people to sign on the transaction. Multi-sig domains, you need like 3 out of 5 people to sign off on the website update. Otherwise, it doesn't go through for the public. So now the hacker, instead of hacking one person, any person on the team and gaining access to the server has to hack several. Okay, seriously, how much time I have? Because the timer is all confused. 15? I think my whole talk is 15, but someone, okay, granted me. Let's reset it to 0 since this doesn't work, right? All right, so only decentralized domains, only decentralized storage, only decentralized identities. So instead of trying to put wheels on the, trying to talk to Web 2, we say no. Let's just have a car instead of trying to put something on Web 2. So what is possible once we have this architecture in place? Censorship-resistant websites, like I said, already transparent, multi-sig domains, decentralized social media. We have Point Social, which is our own social media. Again, this is all, there is no Web2 connections. This is all on the blockchain, and the storage is on Arviv, right? Why we choose Arviv? Because, for example, IPFS, you have to be online all the time to keep your content online. So if you go to sleep, I cannot access your content now. Someone else has to pin it in order for me to see it. But who's going to pin your dog or cat pictures, right? But on Filecoin, for example, you can pay someone to store it online, but then you have to pay each time. What if you die? I'm sorry, but like, what if someone dies, right? Then the content goes on, offline. On Arviv, you pay once, and it's perma-web for 200 plus years. The blockchain is able to pay out the storage miners. So that's why we chose it. We have our own MetaMask alternative. Basically, we mimic MetaMask APIs and Phantom Wallet APIs, so that every Web3 application that you have, it will already feel right at home if you try to deploy your front end here. So because it will think that it's talking to MetaMask, but it's talking to our confirmation window, right? And we have our own decentralized YouTube and decentralized email. All we did because, okay, at the roadmap I'm going to show you, because we wanted to show some main applications, not just build an infrastructure and then come and do something on it. We wanted to show what's possible. Decentralized end-to-end encrypted email uses asymmetric encryption. You have the public key, everyone knows what it is because you put it on the blockchain. And then I can send you finally encrypted email. It's like secret chats in Telegram, but for email, right? And we can do this, and you can do this in your application, secret messaging, whatever, right? Finally, mass surveillance is going to be done. Decentralized drive, meaning that everything, this is symmetric encryption. It uses your derivation of seed phrase to encrypt data on point drive, and then you put your files there. And then you can go to another device, and it will open, and it will access data on Arviv, but it's encrypted, and it's going to decrypt using your seed phrase. And the next thing we're working on is decentralized Patreon, because we believe, right now everyone says crypto is dead. Crypto is not dead. It's centralized crypto is dead. Centralized finance is dead. The trust in it, the centralized exchanges. DeFi is going to be alive, but most importantly, Web3, 2023 is going to be the best year for Web3. Why? Because it's recession, people are losing their jobs, right? There's going to be a lot of unemployment. And for example, instead of having, I don't know, $500 paying you from the company and you cannot find a job, just provide value for 50 people for $10 a month, and you have the same equivalent. And if more, it scales infinitely, not like your job. And so I expect more and more people will be jumping on this, like it was in the COVID times. And decentralized Patreon will be very important. But Patreon, why not normal Patreon? Because they ban everyone, because everyone goes out of it because of the political censorship again, right? And blockchain can solve this. So subscriptions on the blockchain. I don't know why nobody done that yet. And then it's in your wallet, and every month, even if you're offline from your wallet, the smart contract can draw money to the pattern that you have or whatever. DAOs, communities, that's all we're going to have. I'm going to show all this on the workshop mostly, right? So private communities, finally NFTs will have use cases, right? You can enter with NFT, and then you can get access to the encrypted content of the person you choose to be patron for. All right, so what's next? Our roadmap, you've probably seen many roadmaps of all kinds of projects, right? In Q1, we're going to do this. Q2, we're going to do this. This is our roadmap, okay? This is, it didn't even fit on the screen. It just goes way to the right. And yes, so we did all this already. But now that's why we are talking to you, because now we need people to build on top of us. Because the question is, what's next? Of course, there's decentralized Upwork, decentralized LinkedIn, all kinds of stuff, right? Decentralized Patreon. But even I don't know what's going to happen next, if this is fully utilized on Web3, doesn't matter if it's point or not. Because there is no way, imagine if you ask, I don't know, if you ask Vitalik, like what's going to be on Ethereum, right, when it just started, there is no way he could have said, oh yeah, is this going to be CryptoKitties, and then DeFi, and then NFTs. There's no way, because that's the community. That's where the community part comes in. And that's why we need more people. Now that we've built this, now we ask you to come and build on top of us, and we're going to show in the workshop. And the same thing with the creators of the internet, right, that created HTTP, SMTP, was nerdy guys. There's no way they could have predicted how useful it's going to be, right? So we'll see what's going to happen next year. And yes, the time is running out to build that infrastructure. And yes, find a booth in the lobby, and most importantly, come to our workshop at 2 p.m. on the next stage. 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., very easy to remember from Web 2 to Web 3, yeah? So 2 p.m. you can eat something and then come do that. I don't know if someone has any questions.
Yeah, if we have any questions, I can come around to them with the microphone.
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions for Siri?
Hit me.
How many of you guys are going to be attending his workshop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm gonna make them come.
Nice. All right. Anything else, Sarah?
All right, come 2 p.m. and then we'll talk, and you can shout out any questions without the mic.
All right.
Thanks for hosting us.
Big round of applause for Sergey, please. And I'll leave his screen up for a minute if anyone wants to grab a shot of his QR code. And we'll have the next talk up in about 12 minutes. So if you want to bear with us, yeah, I'll leave the screen up for a few minutes. So thank you very much. All right. This is going to be the last talk before our lunch break. So next up we have Vlad Protasevich. He's a software developer and founder of Easel Software. You can find them at easel_me. He's going to be talking about bringing mining and DeFi together, speaking about the massive crypto transformation brought on by the merge. He wants to help the miners from yesterday survive and gain similar margins through a new approach through new approaches. So welcome to the stage, Vlad Protasevich. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Hey, everyone. So, you know, guys, the mining is still the second largest industry in crypto, right after the trading. And like, while most of the builders in Web3 currently focus on other industries, mining itself is run on the legacy Web2 software stack. I believe it creates some new opportunities, and that's what I basically want to talk with you today. But before jumping into the details, let me try to introduce myself. I'm the founder and CEO of Easel.me, one of the biggest GPU mining pools in the world. I joined crypto in 2017 as a chief technical officer in a mining startup. While working there, I invented a profit-switching mining algorithm to switch between the coins to get better yields, you know, like it was profitable at the time. 2 years later, I started my own software infrastructure company in the mining space. And when the merge took place, we mined around 3% of all Ethereum blocks at the time. 2 months later, we grown our market share to 9%. And like there are over like 1 million of GPUs connected to us right now. So without a further ado, today I'm going to guide you through how the mining works. I would like to show some problems that holding the mining industry back, to propose a solution to solve some of them, and show you how we can rebuild the industry purely on-chain. Okay, mining. Well, basically, mining is as old as crypto itself. Miners compete with each other to find a new block. Why? Because if you find a block, you would receive a coin-based reward. It's a huge money right now. It's like $100,000 for each block in Bitcoin. So basically, to do so, you need to find the knowns. And to do so, you need to do like brute force hashing. So there are 2 dimensions that miners compete with each other. The first one is the number of these like hashing machines. And the second one is the electricity price that you pay to run these machines. Due to that, like mining become a huge liquidity sink. According to our internal data, there are like more $30 billion invested in mining machines right now. And this is like very matured old industry in crypto. Basically, to start mining, it's very simple. You just need to buy a mining ASIC, find a mining facility, install the machines, and start mining some Bitcoin. There are like over $15 million of Bitcoin mined a day. It's more than 2 times bigger than all DeFi fees altogether on all the chains in the world. The mining itself even has its own 4-stage cycle. Usually, when the crypto prices rise, miners start to deploy tons of funds into new mining equipment. Firstly, it creates a shortage, so increasing the profits for all the companies in the value chain. Then it creates glut. And basically, at that time, the crypto prices start to crash, leaving miners with profitable mining operations. So they need to start to capitulate. Then shakeout happens, and like basically, the cycle resembles itself again. Right now, miners are capitulating. They have narrow margins because the revenue are constantly falling, while the expenses is on rise because of the global energy crisis. And like, you know, if they bought like the mining machines around 10 months ago, they lost 90% of its value because like that's how the mining market works. It all leads that to mining profit is almost negative right now in many cases. While it's a tough season for miners itself, for us builders, it's kind of great because we have time to build something new, to reshape the industry completely. And like miners are very open to new innovations right now because they need some money, you know. I believe that, you know, bringing the industry on chain creates tons of new opportunities and can solve numerous problems. But today I want to focus on like the biggest parasite of the industry. Those people who are like joined crypto a long time ago, they know what's like cloud mining is. It's one of the most prominent scams. Look, these guys in New York, he scammed his poor client and abandoned him in the Buffalo airport where he wants to just, you know, to take a look at the mining facilities that doesn't actually exist. This scam scheme works like this, like people takes money from others to build these like mining operations, to mine some Bitcoin and so on, but actually they don't do anything, they just run Ponzi scheme. You know, that's it. So it's kind of like very, very prominent one. You know, the first one was just $1.8 million. It's like kind of nothing in crypto. Look, BitClub case, people lost a whooping $722 million. And this is like, I believe, there are many other scams that we don't know about them. That's it. So to fix this, you just need to be able to verify that the mining equipment is actually exists. And in the traditional finance, it's basically not possible if the scammer would like to scam you. But you know, in DeFi, it's impossible. In DeFi, you can verify the like balances of the protocols you work with and make sure that they're solvent. So if we would be able to bring like DeFi-grade transparency to the industry, we can get rid of such scams, which is kind of cool, I believe. So to do so, we need to tokenize the industry. And we need to start from the very bottom. We need to tokenize the main asset of all the mining companies in the world, which is ASIC, this mining machine. So I would like to introduce you a new fundamental building block, which is NFT ASIC. With it, we can like solve tons of the problems and be able to build the companies, mining companies on chain. So how it would work? Well, basically, we would say that the ownership of these machines would be like managed by these NFTs. ASIC NFT contract is basically extends classic EIP 721 with ASIC metadata. All the configuration is saved on chain. You know, mining pool, like overclocking, all of this is a part of NFT. To start mining, you just need to stake this NFT into smart contracts that brought you by the data center when you store this ASIC. Stake it there along with the funds to cover the maintenance costs, the electricity, do all of this, and then data center turns on the machine and start charging miner for electricity. And miner basically starts to receive some Bitcoin. You know, he can easily verify that turned on because on the mining pool you would see this hash rate that's actually working. Like, it's pretty straightforward. To stop mining, you just need to unstake NFT and remaining funds. Very simple. These NFTs are going to be minted by the mining data centers and owned by miners, DAOs, like classic traditional companies. And, you know, it will work like, you know, stable coins. Owner can burn NFT and get the underlying ASIC at the data center pickup point. It all brings us much, much better transparency, and you know, it introduced some way to verify that there is like actual mining equipment in the data center because you see the hash rate on the mining pool. It's very impossible to fake it, you know. So I'm really excited on how many new things we can build with such primitive. Like today, I would like to show you the use case how we can build a mining company fully on chain. So, okay, what is a mining company? Well, basically, user can own shares of this mining company like they do right now with classic mining companies. For example, Core Scientific, you can go to the stock market, buy their shares, and get like dividends, like price appreciation, all the things. Users can govern the company. It's a new thing with the current, in the current traditional finance setup. The owners of the shares can govern the mining company. Here they will be able to do so. such companies, I usually have three types of assets. The mining equipment, some Bitcoin, and like stable coins, in our case, DAI, you know. And they just can do like three things. The company can manage treasury, trade some ASICs, you know, and mine some Bitcoin, and like trades Bitcoin for sure. So to build so, firstly, we need to introduce the very base building models. So let's say the company would be called Mining DAO. It would be governed by ERC20 token with such name. We would have the classic governance model when you can vote, execute transaction, like all the things. And we would have like treasury. And let's say that owners of this token decided to put 100,000 of DAI into the treasury to spin up this new company. So, okay, to start mining, let's say we need to acquire some ASIC NFTs. To do so, the owners, the token holders, just go to the governance model, create a voting to buy some ASIC NFTs, you know, like execute a transaction on an NFT marketplace to exchange 20,000 DAIs to 10 S9 XP ASIC. It's one of the like coolest ASIC in the world right now. Okay, then we would need to start mining. To do so, this ASIC, like they are located in the mining data centers. So each of these data centers had its own mining contract. And like to start mining, you need to stake this ASIC in them and put some funds to cover the electricity costs, maintenance costs, like rent costs, all these costs. So we do this through voting, everything done on chain. You can easily verify that it's done, and the mining is started. Right after this, you would be able to start seeing this hash rate on the mining pool, and the DAO would start to receive some Bitcoin on chain. Okay, and like 6 months later, what do we have? We like, in this case, we would spend around 9,500 DAIs to mine 1 Bitcoin, which is profitable. And like, we will still have these 10 ASIC NFTs. We can easily buy more or like sell them and like, I don't know, dissolve the DAO or like buy more, put more money, like install and start to use like 1,000 of ASIC instead of 10. And this is very, very simple use case that we can build with such primitive. So, yeah, sorry, where is it? Okay, the noun issues. To front run some of your questions, such setup like has a lot of issues. So first of all, the data center can become insolvent like stablecoin issuer. So we need to be able to verify it better. But look, with stablecoins, we have just like three biggest issuers of stablecoins right now, which is Tether, Circle, and Paxos. Mining industry is much more distributed, and you can have this NFT ASIC like in 50 data centers, which reduce risks like much better than like, you know, these three stablecoin companies. For sure, this like mining company on chain looks like security. So, but I believe it's possible to somehow build something differently, remove some features of it to make it look more like commodity and make it tradable. The huge ecosystem is required, but like all of this is like temporary issues, and I believe that the industry will resolve them quite fastly, because the upside of bringing mining companies on chain is like much higher than, you know, cost of fixing these issues. So here's my contacts. If you would like to, if you're interested in this topic, follow me on Twitter. I will start posting on it sooner than later. And like, thank you. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, they can raise their hand. All right.
In terms of downtime of ASIC miners, do you plan, when you drop those NFTs for the multiple mining facilities, can they exchange ASICs that they use if they have a downtime and they take time to repair?
Yes, thank you. That's an excellent question. So the question is, this ASIC has downtime because it requires some repairs, you know, it can get broken. Yes, so I believe that the ASIC NFT should be should be dump object. So if it's broken, then the mining data center should not run it. And in order to fix it, it really depends on the contract with the data center. Some data centers can fix this ASIC automatically without any extra payments. Others require you to pay some money. And to do so, we can also put this on chain. We can make ASIC service contract. You stake this ASIC, put some money, they charge you money, fix the ASIC, and it will start be able to work again. And you can start mining again, that's it. And for the end user, it's not very convenient, but we have the transparency. And to create convenience to end user, we can create this NFT ASIC pools when you can wrap, I don't know, 1,000 of ASIC together in them and give the end user ERC20 token, hash rate tokens, and manage all of this through the protocol automatically. So the end user would not need to spend time to do all this transaction on chain.
Any follow-ups? No? Any other questions for Vlad? It's okay. You can hold on to it.
Do you want to bring the flat discounts on electricity prices through? Do you want to bring discounts on electricity prices or flat fees from different? Let's say if you do electricity rights, right? You can sell electricity contracts,
yes.
But then you get flat fees. How do you want to implement that in the system?
Well, it's a great question. So all the data centers have very different terms. And I think that each of these data center would have its own smart contract. And for specific clients who have different terms, it can deploy another smart contract, you know, or create some other way, data center can mint their own tokens. And if you have a lot of tokens, you will get a discount for the electricity. So in this way, we can implement most of the custom features of this contract on chain. And it really depends on the data center, you know.
All right. Any other questions? Raise your hand. All right. Thank you very much, Vlad. And this will be our last talk until the lunch break is over, so we'll be back here at 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody. How was lunch? Good? The food's always been good at this hotel. The curry yesterday was amazing. We'll be starting in just a few minutes, guys. Francesco, come on. All right. Hopefully everyone had a great lunch. We're going to get started with our second round of talks for the day. Come on in, everybody. So next up, we have Guillaume Bibo-Lavalot. Did I say it correctly? Yep. Laviolette. Yes. Guillaume Bibo-Laviolette. Anyways, he's a staff engineer on the DX team at MetaMask. He works with me, and I can't even say his name right. I'm sorry. You can reach him at Guy Bibo on Twitter. He's previously a software engineer working on DX at Vercel. Guillaume is now a staff engineer and developer advocate at MetaMask. He blogs at frontend-devops.com about full stack development and Web3 UX. He's going to be speaking on Web3 user experience. His talk today is about designing and building for everyone in Web3 by focusing on accessibility principles and better UX. Please welcome a good friend of mine and a colleague, Guillaume.
All right, thank you, everybody. So, as Eric said, I will be talking about user experience. I think a lot of us are used to, designing beautiful user interfaces because we've mostly been building to revolutionize a lot of industries. So we need to make a message come across. But often, we don't care as much as how the user actually sees our applications. So now that the last bull run is actually over, and we hope another one will start quite soon, but I do think it's a good moment to take the time to ask ourselves, have we done well, and have we made sure that we've been building Web3 for everybody? And when I mean for everybody, I'm not talking necessarily, people who are 80 who we would like to get on Web3, but I'm talking about just the average user. Have we made sure that we can... Yeah, sorry. So this is why I just want to take the time to, jump into everything we've done and just take an overlook of how we've done in the last bull run. And I want to start by just reviewing some of our lingo. Those terms, you've probably all seen them. They are, in a way, our community. So they are like internet culture, right? We use those terms on Discord, we use them on Telegram. And for us, those terms, they are fairly common. We know what they mean. But I'd like to just imagine how somebody who's not familiar with Web3 would come across seeing those terms. So let's play a little game. A nice guy on Twitter called Patrick Workman came up with a game of retrofitting Web2 to use Web3 terms. And this is quite funny in my opinion. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but imagine if Airbnb was described as a Web2 protocol. So a centralized marketplace allowing users of non-fungible physical spaces to fractionalize and sell time-bound assets as access to buyers. So what I'm reading here is, imagine we're in 2008, Airbnb is quite new, it is trying to revolutionize the tourism industry, and you're looking for a room in New York or Barcelona. And you're used to renting out hotel rooms, and you come to Airbnb and you read this. Can you imagine, do you think Airbnb would still be around 15 years today? I don't think so, and this is, I think, important for us to keep in mind that as we want to grow adoption, we must be clear in what we do. We must have a good user experience. But it is something that is not super easy because we are building complicated stuff. So this is why today I'm going to cover what I call the 3 sins of Web3 UX. And I'm not here to point fingers. I just want to give you some cues of what you could improve, how to fix those sins and how to make sure that you're actually designing and building pages for everybody. So the first one, jargon everywhere. Like we've seen a lot of jargon in our space. Second one is design over interactivity. And lastly, loaders, which we sadly have to deal with, but maybe we can do something about at least how we do it. So the first sin, imagine, this is a quote I've taken from one of my favorite DeFi protocol that I won't name because I'm not here to shame anybody, but this is on their landing page. Literally what I'm seeing already is at least 4 counts of deep jargon, stuff that we understand, but imagine if you're trying to convince that person to not buy a 401k, like a mutual fund, like you're trying that person to move away from the banking industry to invest in DeFi. The problem I'm seeing with this is that already there is a huge barrier to entry. As you're seeing this, if I am not familiar with what those terms are, I'm not sure I'm going to put my hard-earned money slaving away 40 hours a week, like it's not something I will do. So when you are building your landing pages and when you're trying to attract users to your websites, there's a couple of ways that you can actually fix this. And let's look at just a couple of ways that you can fix, when there's heavy jargon, you can do something about it. So I think this might seem counterintuitive, but you actually should over-communicate. And when I mean over-communicate, if we go back to this example, a super complicated topic put in one sentence is not easy for people to understand. So when I say you should over-communicate on your website, make sure you have a good docs page, you have a frequently asked question, a fact, or even a glossary. But the important thing is that you should be strategic about it. So in here, what I would have done differently is, let's say LP tokens, I would have had a link back to the documentation or the glossary so that at least I have on my landing page something that sells the idea. Like you're selling the idea of investing without the intermediary. So this is why you want to sell this idea on your landing page, but make sure the information is available across your website. But if something is really too difficult to explain, I would also use something like illustrations, but illustrations are tricky. Sometimes, you want to show that you're fixing a marketplace issue, you're fixing an industry. But if you use illustrations, it can really help, but make sure they're also accessible. So make sure you do your homeworks and have a good alt description and that they work with screen readers. Because you also want to make sure that your website, to provide a good user experience, is really working for everybody. And a lot of people have impairments to using mostly web technologies. And if you've actually done the exercise of using a screen reader, it is really not fun to use on some websites. And there's a lot of users with visual impairments. Which leads me to the, what I call the second sin, which is design over interactivity. And what I mean here, like those big flashy neon sites, they're beautiful, they're amazing. But sometimes, if I see a big 3D animation or a big 4K video, I'm trying to imagine what it looks like from the point of view of a user on a 3G connection. So imagine our user base is typically not on, a lot of people are on good connections, but we also have a lot of users in developing economies. So if you focus too much on design, you should at least be doing it properly. So to make sure that you have a good design and not, that your design is interactive and that it can be used, I have a bunch of questions I like to ask myself. And typically, for those questions, I will really try to answer yes on all of them. So first of all, if I'm doing an animation, will it work on an older device? So if I open something on, and I'm not talking, Windows 95, just at least, if it works on Windows 7, you should be good. But ask yourself if it works on an Android phone that is 5 years old, or if it works on a lower laptop. So there's a lot of nice animation formats, something like Lottie files, which is super light, super easy to load. I also like to ask myself the question, is my design actually compatible with a screen reader and a keyboard? And as I've said, this is super important, and you might actually even take a hit in search engine optimization, in Google, Twitter. You might take a hit if the links you're sharing are not actually accessible to all of the users. And lastly, the last two are mostly one question combined together. But will your website load on a slower connection, 3G, or even sometimes LTE can take 30 seconds for some people to load a big website? And where you will get hit the most will be if your website is not interactive. And when I mean interactive, imagine your website is loading and you have like the first button appearing, but then you get a shift and something moves, right? We've all experimented this, and this is all frustrating because at this time, you are trying to, let's say, connect your wallet on MetaMask, and because of the animation is loading, you cannot click that button. This is a frustrating experience, but it is also costing you users. So I would say to make sure that you're focusing on an interactive website, answer yes in all of those questions. And the last thing that I want to talk about, which is I think the one that most of us are tired of, is these loaders. Obviously, we build on the blockchain. Even when we say that a blockchain like an L2 is fast, like at one transaction, like a 1 second confirmation, even this by web standard is slow. We should be loading within 100 milliseconds for a Web2 experience, but obviously this is not the luxury we have. So we have to deal with those loaders, but how you deal with them is actually super important. So imagine you're submitting a transaction. There's a couple of things you can do so that your loading state is not too difficult for users to see. So let me drink a bit of water. So the first thing you can do, obviously, those loading spinners don't block the whole page, right? Use something like a skeleton loader. Skeleton loaders is something, imagine you're loading a list of transactions. You would put a box, just like pulsating, something similar that you've seen on YouTube or on Twitter. This is normally a better use of loaders, and it's less annoying for users. I also like to prepare my users about why there is a loading state. So if you have to submit a transaction, you will have possibly 3 loading states. Confirming the transaction, you maybe have to wait for it to be confirmed on the blockchain, and after you will also have to maybe fetch some information on IPFS about a token or any other data source. So prepare the users, and it is not a problem to explain in a step-by-step why the user is facing such a loading state. So do put a lot of copy, put a lot of text on the screen to make sure that the users know why. And also, you don't have to block the whole page. You can use something like a localized loading state. And I will get a bit more technical in a minute for devs out there. So the way to actually do those localized loading states so that they provide a nice user experience would be, if you're building in React, use something like React Suspense. React Suspense is nice because it means that you don't block the rendering of the whole application, and you're actually loading in just one area. Obviously, also use all the tools at your disposal. So if you are building in React, you don't have to stick to create the React application. You can use something like Next.js, Remix, or if you're in Svelte, you can use Velkit. But those nice frameworks, they really give you like a proper tool set to be building more powerful and better applications. So these applications they work in layouts, so you don't have to only put your loading state in the whole page. You can actually localize them, as I've said. And when you're dealing with data fetching, indexing services, Infura, the graph, like anything that allows you to be fetching information, not straight from the blockchain, but maybe in a replication layer, like a caching layer, is something that you can really also help by speeding up your application. And optimistic UI updates. So imagine you are submitting a transaction. The blockchain is a deterministic state machine, so there is no, obviously a transaction could be refused if, let's say, the gas fee and so on, something doesn't work. But if something at least gets one confirmation, you should be able to update your UI. You don't have to wait for everything at this point. So just to recap, in order to have a good, beautiful experience, make sure usability, so focus, make sure that your app, it loads within 1 or 2 seconds, even faster if you could. Make it beautiful, but don't make it beautiful at the user's expense. Try to make sure that your users are able to experience your app. Otherwise, you are costing yourself a lot of market. You're costing yourself a lot of usage, and this is in the end, the Web3 space itself, it's quite small, and we've been a technology that's been developing for around 15 years. So the fact that we are still small, to my point, serves as a proof that we need to do more on usability. Also be accessible. As we've mentioned before, accessibility will mean that you are cut off of Google if you're not. If you have problems, layout shifts, anything like this will mean that you're down there in like the 10th pages of a research. And things like Twitter are ephemeral. So if you want people to find you, you need that good SEO. And lastly, we've talked about good loaders. So you want to do something that looks good. You want to use a really nice, more modern framework. So yeah, this is what I wanted to say about UX. Put it as important as UI, even more important, if I could say. So if you have any questions about some strategies, about how you can code in a more usable way, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll definitely take some questions in a second. So it seems that the solution is the same as always. Just because you're building in Web3 doesn't mean you need to be using any different tools. What are some of the tools that they could be using to ensure that they're building their sites correctly?
There's a few. I can go there. So one that you can use is called Lighthouse. So Lighthouse is actually developed by Google. Oh, I'm sorry. So Lighthouse basically is going to give you a performance score. I'm not seeing my screen that well there, so let me try that. Okay. So I know this is not what I want. It's just really small for me. Lighthouse score. So Lighthouse is a free tool that you can download as a CLI, so you can put it as part of your CI/CD process. That tool is basically going to give you an overview of how your website is accessible, if it loads good, if you have good generation, newer generation image formats like WebP. And if you score high in all of those metrics, so those metrics, you'll get a full report. So if you score high in all of those metrics, this is the underlying tech that the Google algorithm uses to rank pages. So this is something, obviously you need good SEO, you need all of that, but you will get a score on SEO, you will get a score on performance, on shipping dead code, so you will know, let's say, if you ship too much JavaScript to the page, this is something you're also gonna be told from the report.
So you should be kind of paying attention to your Lighthouse score all the way through the development cycle, and then screen readers is another one. So I know that some screen readers are super expensive to purchase. Are there any options that like the regular dev can use so that they can test out even some of the screen reader capabilities of their app?
I'm not familiar with most of those options.
I think JAWS is the one that costs quite a bit of money, but I know that there's another one. There's like an open source tool that's probably a good one to use. But I think the whole point is like a lot of Web3 dApps that we're seeing, it seems like people are just throwing this stuff out the window. They're building minting pages and DeFi applications that don't really, they feel like, oh, it works, let's ship it, but they really need to be focusing on accessibility, SEO, all the things, performance that they used to in Web 2 and not kind of casting those things out. Your users are no different in Web 3 than in Web 2. 20% of them all still have disabilities. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, we got lots of questions. Great.
Nice.
I was going to start up at the front and we'll make our way back to you.
Hello. I just had a question about making the UI faster for the user. And one of them, if in the front end, rather than querying the state and showing it to the user directly, we could query the state on the back end and then like save it in the client side on the front end. And then whenever he executes a transaction, we on the front end change the value depending on what the transaction is until it is confirmed. Then we store it on the blockchain. That way it increases, goes to Web2 response speed. Is it a good idea or?
The sound quality is not perfect, but what I'm hearing is that you're talking about updating your UI faster than something being confirmed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, so this is what we would call an optimistic update. You can even use some technologies, like if you're in the React space, you can do something like use SWR, stale while revalidate. So this library is a library that will go ahead and fetch information, but will also revalidate it automatically after a certain time. So it will show the freshest version it has, but as soon as it needs to update, it will work to, in the background, update it. So let's say you have a list of transactions, you could be constantly pinging the blockchain every, let's say, 5 seconds to refetch the list of transactions, as you've said. So yes, optimistic updates are a huge win for dApps in general.
Okay, can you just repeat the React component, React tool?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's use SWR.
So
right?
they are a series of hooks for fetching and revalidating data. And you can run any promises in there. So you would be able to pass, let's say, your headers.js contract with the promise of fetching, let's say, like a list of coins, or a list of transactions on that contract. And if you plug it into like I'm not sure if I'm seeing this properly, but basically the fetcher here is just a promise. So if you pass like your data fetching function here, it would be able to refetch it. So this way it keeps fresh and you don't have, to constantly think about like repinging.
Awesome. Let me get to him real quick and then I'll come over to you.
Hey, there is a lot of problem that when you design a UI, UX, go to the front, go to the developer and come back, come back. Is there any tools like Figma or do you?
It's just difficult hearing the question with the reverb.
So you're saying, are there any tools like Figma?
For collaborating with designs?
Yeah. Between front-end developer and UX developer.
So Figma is a good one, but I think the basics that you should be doing is using design tokens. So design tokens are like a framework that you create, let's say on Figma or in Adobe XD or whatever software you use, that you have values. Let's say your spacing or your colors, like they are driven, like the source of truth is your design, right? So like for designers, for us, the source of truth is the blockchain, but for designers, the source of truth is the design. So the more connections you can establish between your front end and your design, the better it's going to get. So as you build the components, you implement the exact designs, and the designer then is going to be able to reuse those same components so you don't have a divergence. Depending on where you're deploying also, you could work with preview URLs. This is something that a lot of companies do. So let's say you create a new feature. Before merging that feature to production, you would create a temporary URL that you send out to your designer to have a review based on the design. So yeah, just increasing the communication between you, your designer, that's already a huge win, and not assuming, that we're all devs, so like we're trying to be pixel perfect, but I don't think any of us are really perfect. So your designer will always see things that you don't. So font size, stuff like this. So always go back to the designer. Be talking a lot.
Anything else? All right.
Hello. I'm a UX designer, so it's nice to hear someone talking about user experience in Web3. So thank you for doing this talk. Can you talk a little bit about the mobile app experience? Because as a UX designer, I'm kind of scratching my head. Why is everything on, on web-based experience when most of our users are using mobile apps?
Yeah, so this is a difficult one. Obviously, building your web apps responsively is the first. It's not even an option, right? So like, the first thing you do when you build your decentralized app, you start mobile. You design and build it for mobile. That's already the first one. But the real difficulty comes from connecting mobile wallets. So things like MetaMask Mobile or Coinbase Wallet.
We're being honest here.
Yeah, yeah.
No, and it's true that like, you know, we're from MetaMask. There are things that come out for MetaMask extension first before MetaMask Mobile, and that's a solution that we need to provide as well. We need to make sure that both the extension and the mobile are both having the same capabilities, right? So some of that onus is on teams like us, but also
System is good here. And, oh, we still have sound. Okay. What? Sorry. Yeah, yeah. So, you know, as you build with the mobile apps, you should be aware that these connections are unstable. And, you know, the way they work is that the website is creating a link to the mobile, and sometimes these connections can be cut off. We are working on improving that. Like at MetaMask, we have a new project with our software development kit that improves that. So I think while you're building and doing your designs, think about the fact that users are going to have to retry the connection, sometimes resubmit, reconnect again. So you have to think of a way to store the state of where users were at and bring back users into the flow. So like recovery, in case something goes wrong, is important when users are on mobile.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Just to follow up, I'm just curious, like, why do you think there's this sort of web-first approach in Web3? Is it a technical limitation of sort of the mobile system, or like mobile operating systems, or is it just because most Web3 developers are web developers and not mobile developers?
I think it's around the technical culture. Web3 started with highly technical users. So, you know, like the root of the users in Web3 are still people who are super excited in the technology, and people are just now. Sorry. So yes, so a lot of users are deeply technical, and we think that building on desktop is the main way people consume, even though it's not. Most people actually spend more time on their phones than on their computer. So I think there's a cultural change that is happening gradually, but I also think that 5 years ago, we were not envisioning that much of a... So we were not envisioning... So yes, just to finish that, the shift where a lot of dApps are generating increasing, you know, communities and all of that, we did not envision it as much, because before we just thought people are going to exchange money or going to work on smart contracts, but now whole communities are building around it. So I don't think it's technical capacities. I just think it's time to adapt. It's just we need a bit more time, and it's going to happen.
All right, just so you guys know, that was not us. If you guys heard, that was coming over the hotel speakers. So both of those noises, like I thought it was the microphones at first, has nothing to do with our system in here. Anyways, all right. So we're gonna have to end it there, but Guillaume will be floating around and he can take any other questions. If you wanna hold on for just a few more minutes, we'll go ahead and get our next speaker up here and get them set up. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Guillaume.
Thank you.
Great talk. By the way, biggest round of applause so far, most questions asked. Very good. Come up here real quick. All right. So next up we have Rahat Chowdhury. He's the lead DevRel engineer over at Polygon and member of the developer DAO. You can find him on Rahat Codes on Twitter. He's a content creator at Egghead, right? You have some content on Egghead. Sort of, okay. And you can also find him on YouTube helping devs break into development and helping to level up their smart contract skills. He's also been known to rock a few mics over fat beats, allegedly. Maybe? Yes. I've been doing research on you, buddy. So to extend the topic from our previous speaker on user experience in Web3 and to talk about how we can improve that UX from every part of the Web3 stack, including not only front end, but also smart contracts, servers, and infrastructure, let's give a warm welcome to Rahat Chowdhury. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Awesome. So welcome to my talk, Full Stack UX in Web3, featuring account abstraction. I had to put the featuring in there because I'm a rapper. You gotta have a dope feat on like every awesome talk you have, / song. So this is the one featuring account abstraction. So yeah, just real quick, it was mentioned before, I'm Rahat, lead DevRel engineer at Polygon. Previously, I've been a front-end engineer, sort of like a Solidity freelancer, indie hacker, tried building some of my own startups, and that completely failed. But some places you can find me up here. This is sort of like a follow-up talk to earlier talks and workshops I've done. This is a second sort of talk based on an initial Web3 UX talk I gave at a couple of the places. This is the first time I'm giving this one. So thank you to the Web3Dubai team for letting me do this here. There's going to be a series of talks kind of like diving into the technical side of things. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with all these yet, but I'm hoping that overall we use a lot of these together to improve kind of like the UX that exists in Web3 right now. But just as like a little bit of an overview of what I talked about before in the previous talks, we started with like front-end UX improvements. Things like best practices for connecting to a wallet, making sure you always use a button to connect to a wallet rather than connecting to a wallet as soon as you land on a dApp, helping people connect to the right network, providing feedback to the user based on like when their transactions are actually happening, when they sign a transaction, the status of that transaction, just letting people know what the hell is going on whenever they actually interact with your dApp, and using optimistic UI patterns for that. So that was all from my previous talk, but just this is sort of like to give you some context of where we're like building up from. Some other things that I spoke about before have been using L2 solutions like Polygon, not only for the lower gas fees and quicker transactions, but for even like subsidizing and front running a lot of the gas fees for your user, using something like gasless transactions. Because at the end of the day, if we're going to be trying to get more folks into Web3 from the Web2 world, no one in the Web2 world cares about gas. We have to stop trying to explain that to them. That like one of the first things that I thought was an effective way of getting more people into Web3 is education. That alone is never ever going to be enough, and that's where we're completely screwing up on right now. And that's what I'm going to be talking about a little bit today as well. But before kind of like diving into things, one of the things I also have been talking a lot about is like gas optimization. Even if you're using an L2 solution, using gas optimization so that you can do things like front running and like making sure you pay for the gas has a lot of like gas optimization techniques that you should be using. But at the end of the day, you have to remember one thing: bad security equals bad UX. So please get your contract audited when you're building things. Again, bad security is bad UX. If you're doing things like optimizing for gas, which is part of the a few like side talks I've been talking about in addition to these UX talks, always make sure your things are audited, make sure you're building with security in mind. But at the end of the day, something that is easy to use is easy to sell. If you look at examples like the Reddit NFT drop, why did that do so well? Because it was tailored to Web2 folks, because no one called them an NFT. They called it a digital collectible. Because of that, people who hate NFTs bought those things, right? So you're not going to get mass adoption without actually kind of meeting people halfway. We can't like kind of like force people into Web3 native world. It just doesn't work. We're just going to be pandering to the same exact circles over and over again with each cycle, and we don't grow from there. So does anyone know what the most overused phrase in Web3 is? I know Raza's laughing right now because he told me to remove this slide, but I think I kept it in here anyway. So it is, we're onboarding the next billion. No, you are not. No one is actually onboarding anybody into Web3, properly anyway. I've seen some of it, like the Reddit example I gave, yes, that is one of a very good example of like onboarding people into Web3. But the next billion users don't want to use Web3 as it exists. Web3 as it exists right now is not scalable, is not usable, and no one gives a shit about it. So let's look at the things that we're used to in Web3, potentially that need to change. Biggest thing really is EOAs, or externally owned wallets. So managing EOAs is pretty hard. You set up your MetaMask, you set up whatever wallet you have, and then you have to write down your seed phrase here. I saw some of you like, yo, let me take a seed phrase down. No, I just rickrolled you guys, but if this was an actual like seed phrase that I put up here, I would have gotten wrecked, right? If this was legit, my wallet would have been wrecked. You would have been able to go in, take all of my ETH, all of my JPEGs and everything. But at the end of the day, this is the experience. This is the onboarding experience for every Web2 person, every mom and pop, every parent, grandma. Everyone has to be like, if they want to try out Web3, this is what they have to do. This is what they have to do, right? Can any of you honestly tell me this is a good user experience? Is it a good user experience at all? No, it sucks. So if this, it can't really also just be about bringing in retail users either, right? Retail users have this issue. They have to go through this. At the end of the day, developers, for as long as we have had things like private keys, we have pushed them to GitHub. How many people have pushed private keys to GitHub before? Okay, the rest of you are lying. So everyone's done it. When you're learning, you kind of like, it happens, it's just an error, you make a mistake. And there are things being done to make the development side of these things a little bit easier. You have solutions like Third Web Deploy, Truffle Dashboard, which like help you with like deploying without using some of your private keys. So we're doing a little bit of work on that end. We're trying to make the experience a little bit better on the development side, make it easier to actually push out your applications. But we need to remember that if technical people are having trouble with this, crypto native people are having trouble with this, how much more trouble are regular retail users having with this? Managing EOAs is absolutely difficult. It's very hard. And recovering from mismanaged EOAs is damn near impossible. It is impossible. Because if you have my private keys, that's it. That wallet is done, I can't use it again. I have to go create a brand new wallet, write down my seed phrase somewhere else, and hope that you don't steal that one too. EOAs are not flexible either. What if I want to pay gas in USDC? What if I just don't want to pay gas for something? I don't have that ability. I don't have that flexibility of using an EOA to do that. Another flaw of EOAs, access control doesn't exist. We have things like multi-sig wallets, right? But there's no really way of adding roles to your wallet. If you're using it for an enterprise solution, what if you want your employee to be able to do one specific task? What if you want someone to be able to access the wallet for one specific use case? There's no way of doing that. EOAs do not work for retail, and they sure as hell do not work for enterprise solutions either. They're just not meant for that. It is a one-size-fits-all solution that doesn't fit anybody. So what might actually be a solution to some of these issues? Account abstraction, or EIP 4337. So you have wallets or accounts that are built with smart contracts. These are controlled by a user via the smart contract. And there's a lot of things that this allows for. Some of my favorite things are social recovery or having kill switches. Imagine you being able, someone steals your private keys, and then there's a way to reset your, private keys or accounts via some method of social recovery. We have that already in Web2. You can reset your password if it's been compromised. If you're locked out of Facebook, people can verify that you're you, and then you have a way to get back in. We don't have that in Web3, not really anyway. You can build better UX models for your account. Once you have a smart contract that controls the wallet, it's kind of up to you. The sky's the limit. Whatever you want to add into it, you can add into it. You can remove the need to pay gas in native tokens. We have things like gasless transactions. What about paying gas in USDC if I just want to picture my fees just a little bit better, right? As a Web2 user coming in, they don't think about things in way. They don't think about it in those terms. They might think about it in fiat. So if you could make it a little bit easier for them, have a stable coin, have USDC, something like that, to give people a little bit of a better understanding of what they're paying in fees. Create wallets for more use cases. Multi-sigs with roles, deeper access control, the stuff I was kind of mentioning before. Creating things like spending limits if you're wanting to create wallets for your kids, something like that. Implement DApp level feedback into wallets. We have, really cool stuff in, wallets right now where we have transactions kind of showing up, but we can still improve on that. We can still improve on the way that feedback is given to the user. So I do want to give a shout out to the Biconomy team for their SDK release. They're doing a lot of cool stuff in this specific area, and they're probably one of my favorite projects, really, working out how to just make Web3 a little bit more usable for people. And at the end of the day, I work for an L2 scaling solution. And I've seen that we focus so much on the technology. We focus so much on bringing higher throughput, higher more robust apps onto the blockchain. But we also need to this has to go hand in hand with folks like Biconomy who are working on the UX side of things. It doesn't matter how scalable your solution is, where it's built, if somebody can't use it, if it's not easy to use, if the onboarding process is not there. So I mentioned this a little bit before. I used to think that education was enough to onboard more users. It is not. It is one piece of the puzzle for onboarding more users, but you have to meet them halfway. And the recent Reddit thing, I kind of is what I come back to over and over again. It's a perfect example of how a Web2 kind of mindset can introduce you into the Web3 side. Let people who are not used to this, this entire ecosystem have the ability to come in, and try things out. Lens protocol is another one doing amazing things in this area. You can, create a lens, you can start using Lens on any of the different front ends that are built on top of the protocol. You don't have to pay gas. You don't even have to sign every single transaction anymore, right? It feels almost like a Web2 app, depending on how it's built. But these experiences, at the end of the day, the only way we get to more mass adoption of Web3 is if we make Web 2.5 a little bit better. So experience, ease of use, and ease of recovery from getting wrecked are the most important things for getting more users into Web3. We need to build out the actual kind of experiences that people have when building on this. Even if we go into like recent events, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but like a lot of people have been telling, you know, newer folks, oh, not your keys, not your crypto. Make it easier for them to actually keep their keys. You know, we don't do that. We just expect them to write it on a damn piece of paper and be okay. We have to kind of improve that experience. So, like I mentioned before, this is a series. This is part 2 of this series. Again, shout out to Web3Dubai for letting me do this part 2 here and premiering it here. Definitely follow me at Rahat Codes if you want to kind of follow through with this series as I dive into like different technical workshops as well. And let's just build. Things are crazy out there, but I'm happy to see folks here so interested in working on building. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? And you can raise your hand. By the way, I think that's a really good point. Like, look, I'm from MetaMask. He made some jabs at MetaMask, but he's absolutely right. Like, we have to self-reflect and look at the things that we're building, and we have to see the way to make these things better to, if we're ever gonna onboard at least half of these billion users. And we're not onboarding half a billion users. MetaMask only has, what, like 32 million. So like, we're nowhere near it. But we're doing a lot of things in 2023 to make it possible to do some of these things that he's talking about. And he even said, he looks at his, at Polygon where he works, and he knows that they can be doing things different. So as Web3 developers, people that are working on these teams, we can't just think that we're always doing the things the right way. We have to self-reflect, look at things, and make a better future for Web3, or we're not going to have it around that long. Who had a question?
I just wanted to understand, what do you think is the right way to balance security and user experience? For an example, like custodial wallets and non-custodial wallets, right? Like custodial wallets is super easy to use, but and some users don't even care about the security. Like for them, all they want to use, they just want to try out the application. So as a developer, do you think security is the main concern or user experience? Like how do you balance it out?
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned during it, bad security is still going to be bad UX, right? You want to make sure that you're secure, but at the end of the day, things are easy to use. So I think that's where something like account abstraction really comes into play. Because at the end of the day, what you can do here is like you have wallets that can almost feel like custodial accounts, but they're yours. You can, like if you're building a wallet based on a smart contract, it's kind of up to you how you kind of like design it, how you build it, right? You build it with the security in mind, but you also build it with ease of use. Having those things like a social recovery or a kill switch option are going to lead to better experiences. Like if you run into a security issue, like a kill switch option is one of the biggest things I think is needed in a lot of wallets, because like if your wallet has been compromised, what if you could just like freeze it, stop people from being able to use it as all, having that, like you have that option in like credit cards. Like if someone compromised and has your details, and you know that, you have the option to freeze your credit card so no one else can do anything to it. Right now, with like a regular wallet, there's no way to stop that. So these type of wallets, I think, are going to be kind of like very, very important for like kind of the future of like bringing more folks in.
Really good point. Any other question? Yeah, and even us at MetaMask, like we're releasing something called Snaps, and it's on us that we haven't got it out yet, but it makes it possible for people to do social recovery, create kill switches, create dApps around smart contracts that make all of these things possible, but we still have to roll this stuff out before anyone can even start using and building with Snaps. So like, let's get there. Yeah. Did you have a question?
I love Snaps, by the way, and I think definitely is going to be a good way to.
I think it's at least the future for us. It's in the right direction, a step in the right direction. So we're very excited about rolling it out soon. And we even just hired some new dev roles for it too.
Nice.
All right, anyone else? Questions? You sure? All right, everyone give a nice round of applause for Rahat. This is super important stuff, guys. All right, and I think
Thank
we
you
have
all.
a break for half an hour.
Thank you, man.
Awesome, man. I'm gonna send you a message on Twitter. So we'll be back here at 3:30 for a panel on decentralization, decentralization versus UX. Thank you.
1, 2, 2. Okay.
Whoever's late is their problem.
We have only one mic, right? This will be fun. Yeah, okay. I think it's up to us. And we have more people than chairs here, right? Huh? Yeah, I think we need more chair. Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, Sarang, you can sit there. So you're arguing with each other.
I'm arguing with everyone.
With everyone. Amazing, amazing. Can we start? Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the conference. So today we have an interesting panel. So one more chair. Okay. 1 minute, guys. Patrick, is it for you? You will join?
I guess we can all.
I think for Patrick. You will join? Ah. Okay, once again, hello everyone. Hope you're enjoying the conference. So today we have an interesting topic. Basically, we'll talk about decentralization versus user experience. I think it's a common topic, especially today. And I'm Alex Pipeshev. I'm moderator from Day2 Capital. We are doing infrastructure, scaling solutions, etc. And here we have Ravi from Ziv. Here we have Tama from Cumberland Labs, Mudit Gupta from Polygon. We have Serge from Point. You see the point? we have Guillaume and Sarang from Sushi. Please don't look at his t-shirt. It's not sushi. Anyway, first of all, we'll start from introduction, like short introduction, just a few words about yourself and the project. And then I will start blitz questions, just yes or no. Here we'll understand our positions, what kind of maxi we are. And then there will be some questions for arguing with each other. I think we can do some kind of team assembly here, just online, right? So first of all, Ravi.
Hi, my name is Ravi. I'm the co-founder CEO of Ziv. Ziv is a Web3 infrastructure as a service platform, providing APIs, nodes, and different app-specific chain infrastructure for various blockchains.
Cool, thank you.
Tama from Cumberland Labs. Cumberland Labs is affiliated with Cumberland, the trading firm. We are a blockchain incubator, so we develop products internally and we incubate early stage founders in teams.
Hey everyone, I'm Modit. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Polygon. Polygon, as most of you probably know, is an Ethereum scaling solution. And as per the survey done by these guys yesterday, we are building layer 2 solutions. And I'm here just to make counterpoints against all of these panelists, because I feel like otherwise it's going to be a very one-sided panel discussion, bringing all the Web3 people and talking about decentralization versus UX just after FTX has happened. So I'm here to add some spice. I might be a bit sarcastic when I'm talking, so don't pay too much attention to it, but let's have fun.
Thank you. Let's use this.
He literally said, I'm going to shit on all the other panelists. I said, hopefully not literally, because as soon as you drop the trousers, I'm out of here the next second. But okay, bring it on. Serge Var, CEO, co-founder of Point Labs. We build Point Network. We have our own Web3 browser, where Web2 completely blocked. And of course, UX is the most important question for us. For social network, we have other applications. So let's see.
All right, my name is Guillaume. I am the developer relations at MetaMask, but I'm previously a Web2 developer focused mostly on performance. So I will be also on the side of good UX, even though I love decentralization.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarang. I currently work as a core dev at Sushi Swap. which is probably the best UX website you might have ever used. But yeah, we started off as a DEX, but we have other products in terms of lending, borrowing, cross-chain swaps, and probably there are at most of the chains you have ever had any native token. So yeah.
Thank you for.
Let's switch volumes.
Thank you for the introductions. So first question is actually the blitz. Let's start from the Sarang, from you. And the blitz question is, who is Ethereum killer? Who is Ethereum killer? Ethereum killer. Who is Ethereum killer?
I don't know, probably if Ethereum Foundation does bad, they're going to kill Ethereum.
Okay, nice question. Let's go. It's a blitz question.
I would say Avalanche.
Avalanche? Okay. Serge? Who is Ethereum killer?
Nobody, everyone, like, Ethereum is not Bitcoin killer, right? So just gonna be other good projects.
We have pacifists here, pacifists.
The Ethereum maxis are the Ethereum killers.
Okay, good answer.
Yeah, I don't think there are any Ethereum killers.
Yeah, me too. I believe that there is a space for different blockchains. There is no Ethereum killer as of now.
Okay, so the blitz is it's not done. We have another question for blitz, but right now you can see every position here, right? Pretty simple. Yeah, we'll go another direction. Do you think cross-chain narratives are dead? Cross-chain narratives are dead or not?
No, I think they need to be redefined in terms of architecture. We do require interoperability. None of the asset industry can exist.
So enough time. It's a blitz. Just a few, yeah.
No, I think they need to be improved further.
Yeah, just a huge amount of work. Huge amount of work still to go.
So it's dead yet?
Dead?
Dead yet?
No, not dead.
Okay.
I'd say for now it's as good as dead. I believe future is multi-chain, but not necessarily cross-chain.
Good answer. Cross-chain is dead? Yes, no?
No.
This is Blitz answer.
No, not dead.
Yeah, I mean, like, not dead, but it's not it's getting even closer to a silver bullet anywhere else. So yeah.
Okay, thank you guys. So right now we'll have questions where you can actually express yourself. And a lot of people are saying that DeFi is decentralized, right? But if you look at the DeFi right now, the majority of liquidity, assets, trades, whatever, it's happening with the USDC. And USDC is not decentralized, right? So basically, DeFi is not decentralized. Is it stupid?
Asking question?
Yes.
I mean, like, yeah, it's the users which are choosing to do that, but there have been other alternatives like LUSD, which is like, a lot immutable, but people just don't use it. So if people are still using it, doesn't mean it is decentralized. It's just like people are choosing for the centralized option. Like DeFi doesn't stop trading USDC as well, right? That's how decentralized it is.
Okay, so it is decentralized as a protocol, as a protocols combination,
Yep.
but it's centralized because of assets.
Yes, so you can still use like LUSD and be like completely decentralized, but it is your choice that you're using USDC.
Okay, and question here is, why it's happening? Why? We have alternative, we have DAI, which were much more popular than the USDC back in the days. What happened?
I think like the USDC provides you a better UX when you need to off-ramp because you can like, just redeem those USDC to, kind of circle in their bank account. So I think in this case, people are choosing UX more over decentralization.
I think the main problem is that we're promising way too much with DeFi. We are creating financial alchemy. We should be doing simpler, closer to lending, closer to real use of finance. The more and more we build complicated things, the more it's going to become centralized because only a few people know what it does and not many people can use it.
It's a problem of education because people don't understand. Like we have the responsibility as the tech guys who understand what's going on to tell them. Of course, we can use USDC, but for us it's easier. We understand the risks. We understand they can ban anything at any point. But it's still useful to have, right? I'm sure that there's going to be government tokens as well, like CBDCs, right, etc. And MetaMask has no choice but to support them, let's say, right, because they can just add the custom chain. And people are like, oh wow, let's buy that one. But then it's the education part. Yes, it functions just like other currencies, but need to understand what's going on the back end of that. So, and that's our job to basically do that, so that there's no other projects like all the failed ones that happened.
Thank you. I have a question, another question. Okay, with UGC you understood, right? It has better UX to onboard people, better UX to use it, redeem it back, etc. It was the same with the UST, right? So the question is, why we call decentralized finance decentralized if the main asset is centralized? How to solve this issue?
Yeah, sure. So one thing, like by definition, DeFi, which means decentralized finance, is decentralized. Otherwise, it's not DeFi. The one thing to understand there is decentralized does not mean that it is forced to be decentralized. You must run your own node or else you are not using DeFi. What DeFi means is, or what decentralization in general means is that you have a choice. If you want to run your own node, you can run it. If I want to trust you, I can trust you. If I want to trust him, I can trust him. If I want to trust nobody, I can trust nobody. It doesn't mean that you're always alone and doing everything alone in the world. That's one differentiating factor people need to understand. So when someone says like Infura or MetaMask are centralized and are not helping or whatever, that's just bullshit argument. Nobody's forcing you to use Infura. Run your own nodes, but never go and force people to do things that they are not comfortable with. Not everyone can run their own nodes. Not everyone can manage their own keys, or they'll just end up entering the mnemonic on the websites, get fished. So let people do what they're comfortable with, and understand that decentralized finance means that you have a choice to be decentralized. You have a choice to use LUSD instead of USDC, but you have no right to go tell someone else that, hey, your decentralization is wrong decentralization. That's the whole point of decentralization. Anyone can do anything, whatever they want.
Okay, I want to fight on that point. I want to fight on that point for sure. Because, yes, right now, when there's no good solutions, yes, it's like, okay, maybe people don't know how to run their own node and there's more risks for that. But isn't it our job to build those tools so that you can run a node with one click, right, literally, and configure it? And maybe we build better tools so we protect people this way. It's like, I didn't want to plug the project that we do, right? But it has to be, because we talk about decentralized finance and all those assets. But it's if you access it to a centralized website that can get hacked, like curve.finance get hacked, curve.fi. Centralized domain, centralized storage. Doesn't matter if blockchain is decentralized or not, because on this level they can hack everything. So maybe it's our job to build completely decentralized internet, and that's what we're trying to tell other people to do. And that's it. And then we don't have to choose between telling people to do something difficult or not doing anything at all and lose their money. We can just provide one-click solution, which is what technologies have done. So let's see.
So that's the problem there. Your view and my view are very different. Your view is based on the echo chamber of people who actually know how to use computers, click on buttons and so on. But if you look at the overall world, like half of the population can't even run a computer. Like the point is, and half of the population doesn't want that responsibility or doesn't care about it. There are a lot of gotchas in running your own nodes, managing your own keys and whatever. My whole point is, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm 100% for decentralization, running your own nodes, managing your own keys. If you have significant risk, if you have significant assets, if you have the right skill, 100% do it. But I'm not gonna go shame other people for using Infura or anything else, because then you are defeating the whole purpose. If you force someone to use some specific path, then that path is centralized. You are forcing everyone to do the same right or wrong thing that you don't know. Decentralization is all about letting people do what they think is right, and the natural outcome of that would be that majority of people will do something right. But if you tell everyone to do just this thing, then you don't know if that thing is right or wrong.
Okay. This is. Let's do breaks here, because otherwise we'll not finish. Yeah, I know how developers are fighting each other. Like we have developers who is like thinks one thing, thinks another thing, etc. But anyway, we can agree that all the systems are suddenly going to the centralization. Like really, if people, they have choice, they will always choose the most popular solution, right? Which is basically moving us to the centralized. This is why the Infura was stopped. DeFi didn't work out. And yeah, it's a different point from the Mujit. We'll discuss it later. What do you think about why we call decentralized finance something which is not decentralized? Because of USDC.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that USDC is centralized. I mean, look, it's a stable coin. It's just a means of keeping score. I mean, the whole reason that Tether first emerged, you know, on the Omni protocol was, you know, you needed a kind of a digital fiat lubricant, you know, for the system. I don't really care because it's only like, I'm not going to redeem USDC's fiat value and using it as a bridge to trading other currencies. Simple as that.
Okay.
Wait. I'll add on that. So before we talk about USDC a little more, one point, like with all stablecoins, USD peg stablecoins, we have to take a step back and like think what they actually are. They are something that is pegged to USD. USD, I think we can all agree, is a centralized currency managed by USA. So anything that is pegged to USD is by definition centralized. You can't have a derivative of a centralized thing that is decentralized. Sure, like you can decentralize something, but at the end of the day, it will be centralized. If US government decides to add 2 zeros to like USD at one point of time, LUSD will also fall in price or whatever. So having centralized stablecoins is not bad as long as the centralization point is the same. If it's the USD, US dollar is managed by US government, US Treasury, and Circle is regulated by the US government. So at the end of the day, the risk there is almost the same. So that's one thing.
Let me reformulate the question for you. And if we are working with DeFi, but the main stablecoin there is basically censorship under the censorship, because you know anyone can be blocked by the centralized entity from the using of the USDC. How we again call it decentralization finance? Like, how it's even possible?
Yeah. So first, I'll add to what Mudit said. So I don't believe the underlying asset is centralized or decentralized. It's how the ownership and custody of that asset is managed. That mode is defined centralized or decentralized. Like who is owning it, whether it's just one person who is controlling the asset, or it's a set of people who are controlling the asset with some kind of governance built into it. And so again, you know, right now, as we talk about USDC, yes, it seems to be centralized because the ownership and the custody is pretty much centralized. And we have had experiments with algorithmic stable coins where, you know, we tried to create a decentralized stable coin. So what I see is that, you know, today in DeFi, there are certain components which, where there is an intent to be decentralized, like, you know, with DEX versus CXs, we see that, you know, at least we are using non-custodial wallets. So we are having custody of our funds with us. But at the same time, we do require comfort. We do require that user experience so that there is a wider adoption and more people are comfortable using the exchange itself. Otherwise, you know, people would not be able to trade. So my take is that, yes, it's going to take some time. There are a few components, but there is always an intent to have more data control with the users, more decentralized control that everybody wants. But it's going to take, it's like a migration that's happening. Over a period of time, it will happen.
Thank you so much. Sarang, we'll have another Blitz questions. But right now, you have to say top 2 main UX issues in DeFi.
I think the main one is like, you know, whenever people want to kind of use any kind of DEX or dApp or something like that, they probably have to go through a Chrome extension issue, right? Which they don't generally understand how it works, right? Wherever in terms of any, you know, kind of centralized exchange, it's much more easier, or any kind of, you know, other app, it's much more easier to use.
So
that's
the first one is a requirement for the wallet.
Yeah, the onboarding into the wallet ecosystem, understanding the nuances of it, you know, like why do you need to keep this secret phrase safe and not print it out on a t-shirt and walk around with it. So yeah, that's the first one.
Is it one thing?
Yeah, that's the second one is, you know, like, because the entire network is based upon incentives of how the transactions are performed, we do have gasless kind of solutions, but they're not widely adopted yet, right? So they first need to get those wallet, get the funds into it, and make sure that relevant kind of addresses and knowledge is shared. They receive it, and then they could perform any action. So it's the first initial curve is a bit higher for a lot of people to get into, but once they get into it, it becomes much more smoother for them to kind of progress.
So we have two: wallet with the requirement of the seed phrase and backup, and the second is a gas currency, right?
Yeah, I mean, because of these issues, like how do you price your transaction? Wallets are definitely making it easier, but sometimes we as the devs don't know what to price. We generally just go with the aggressive one and overpay things, right? Which is not very ideal.
Yeah. Thank you, Guillaume.
I think.
Two things. Top two.
So top two. I have to go in the same direction, I think, but first I would say education. I think a lot of what we do is complicated. I think we are not making a really good job at making it simpler. I said that would be the first one. I would say the second one would be it's again education, but not explaining to people the importance of doing things that you understand. Like just the importance that if you take actions, if you get coins in your wallet, what it means. So education, both.
Education, nice.
It's all crap. There's no two. The UX is very bad, but it's also on the backend side, right? How we do things, and it's just there's hundreds of issues, right? And I'm trying to. There's no top two. I'm trying to. If my mother used crypto right now, she would have lost all her money.
I don't need thousands, just two.
Yes, there is no.
Saying 1 and 2.
One and 2. Yes.
Okay.
But it provides opportunity. Whoever builds the good UX product, they're gonna take over Web3. So but it's not two. Not gonna happen.
A lot.
Not a solid point. But in terms of top two, I generally agree there are a bunch of issues, but let's say top two, I would say one is just on-ramp and off-ramp. How the fuck do you get Ether? You can't even mine it these days, which means you have to use a centralized source, which implies a failure of the ethos. But in any case, just even if you want to use a centralized source, how do you onboard on an exchange? What is gas? What is Ether? What do you actually want? Where do you get it? Where is MetaMask? It's just a nightmare.
Education.
Yeah.
It's about education.
Not just education, but the underlying infra as well, just fiat on-ramp and fiat off-ramp. The banks don't want you to buy crypto. They'll block your cards, they'll block your accounts, they'll do everything to stop you. So that's one UX nightmare. And the other is key management. So key management is partially education and partially just how shitty the whole system is. If your key is compromised, you can't just rotate a key. It's so complex, so stupid in hindsight to imagine that one secret phrase just controls all of your wealth, all of your life, everything you have saved. And there is really you just have to keep that safe, which is not a great system. So key management and fiat on-ramp, off-ramp.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say 100% key management. I don't think the space will ever get to mass adoption and scale without proper solutions in key management. It needs to be as simple as a email password recovery, in my opinion. And if it doesn't figure out a way to get there, then I don't think we'll get there at scale.
So key management and key management. What's next?
Yeah, of course. So non-custodial usage of wallet, that's a very difficult thing, and especially when somebody is dealing with multiple blockchains. So how to, in fact, have all the portfolio in one place, and with different other token standards coming into picture, it becomes a nightmare to manage keys as well as the assets.
And guys, this is really funny, because the Web3 is all about you own your assets because you own your key, right? But at the same time, people cannot use it, right? So we have oxymoron here. We have some new technology, which we, trying to propagate for people to use, but the basic feature of this technology doesn't work out. So, and here I have a question from this side, or you're gonna add something?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue on that. So that comes back to my original point where I was saying that you should always give people choice, not force them. So people should have a choice to have their own keys, manage their own assets, have custody of their own assets. But if you force them to do it, then it's not gonna work out, because as we said, it's the path you chose as the one path you wanna push forward. is not the perfect path. It has a lot of loopholes. So it's better to give people choice and let them decide what's right for them.
Yeah, I do think choice is important, but I also think the more point of failures you introduce with having managed solutions, the more you take the risk of another FTX. So I do think this is why I am on education, because with the most managed solutions we have, this is going to happen again and again and again, and we're going to lose users. So it is an imperfect system to manage your own keys, but it is also probably should be into school programs. So if we really want to make this decentralized, the more times that we have custodial solutions or that we have keys that are not managed by you, you're creating a future problem. Even if it is the best way to onboard users, it is probably the most unsecure way to onboard them as well.
And here we have another question, also really fast, just top 3. We'll start from this corner. So the question is, what utility crypto have? What utility crypto do have? What people can do in crypto? Yeah, mention top 3 use cases. Just use cases, without explanation. Top 3 on your mind.
So I can participate in the DeFi apps. Second is, use it for speculative as well as trading needs. Yeah, so.
Difficult, right? It's really difficult. Try to mention 3 use cases.
Yeah, you can trade, speculate, and get wrecked.
Yeah, sure. One is it's permissionless, so you can you don't need to be you don't need to have $1 million to be I'm forgetting the term, but someone who is eligible to trade, invest in companies and whatnot. So anyone can do anything they want. The other is you can have more. Yeah, permissionless is one. Then betting, trading, gambling, getting wrecked, obviously a second use case. Third is open access to finance, so lending, borrowing, exchanging, trading, and most importantly, instant finality of anything. So even in traditional finance, if you're trading stocks, usually they settle in T+2, which means if you buy a stock now, your custodian will get it after 2 days, which can be a long period.
Yeah, but it's not use case, it's the details. So the use case, buying, selling, speculating. I'm joking.
I'll simplify that to trading.
Digital money without governments being able to print it to oblivion. Censorship-resistant money and programmable money, most important for
no, but again, for user, I'm just every Joe. I can do one.
Yeah, you can buy, sell, transfer, and get wrecked, of course. Yeah.
It's done. Let's go next.
So the first one I would say having access to global markets from anywhere. The second would be privacy, and the third would be community.
Can I buy Tesla stock? Can I buy Tesla stock? Yeah, synthetics. I cannot.
Eventually you will be able with synthetics, yes.
Until the Terra crashed.
How much you want?
Probably I'm going to start with money laundering, avoiding tax.
I like it.
And probably betting.
I like it, yeah. At least he's honest, we can say change the world. What we can say? Make a world a better place.
But an honest answer would be
change the access to the global capital and.
Everyone announces their priorities, okay?
I mean, one actual use case would be international payments, which comes to instant finality. If anyone has sent a Swift wire globally or internationally, it takes fucking forever to do it, and half of the times just bank lose it in the middle of it. Meanwhile, if you use crypto, it's just 2 seconds, the money is there, cross-border, without any restrictions.
Yeah, I mean, mainly it was the payments for the first one, an unhonest answer. The second one was basically, allowing for people to have use cases beyond, which is restricted by their, kind of locality. In this case, I'm not sure what are the betting rules here, but you can do it in a much more simpler fashion, which is much more transparent in a way. It comes into the speculation area, but kind of makes that speculation much easier to follow.
I'm not liking how this guy is thinking. His first use case was money laundering. The second was bypass local laws and regulation. And the third was trading, speculating.
And you actually agreed with one of this, right?
No, I said
By doing
trading is
international
fair.
transactions.
No, but you're not bypassing anything. It just is convenient. Convenience versus bypassing restrictions, two different things. Yeah, I know. I'm kidding as well.
Let's go next. Let's go next. I think we'll start from this corner. Time's up. Yeah, the time's up. Last question from the audience.
Oh.
Anyone gonna ask question? If not, I will ask something. So yeah, speaking about do we really need decentralization? We were talking about the use cases, and every use case is basically working with a stablecoin, which can be centralized, right? We need decentralization just like censorship-resistant thing, right? To not stop our transaction. And the question is, do we really need decentralization right now, or we can easily move forward without it and eventually be decentralized? It's free answer, so anyone can answer.
If we don't need decentralization right now, let's just go home, let's spin up a server, let's do a MySQL database, and let's store everything there, right? Because like, what are we doing here anyway? It's not here yet, the full decentralization, but it's a goal everyone should strive for. And that's what we are doing here, and we should build those things.
I will say yes. We've seen whenever centralization is too big, people lose money. Simple as that. It congregates into some ends, and poor people give their money to the rich, basically.
As an option, yeah, we definitely want it, but I do not think like centralization is just gonna die, because it still provides like a lot better, like a fund with $170–80 million is not gonna always keep their things on a ledger, right? They need like some custodial managing, and it's also sometimes with legal aspects as well, right? That they choose to do it, because if they lose, they're like, it's not us, it's them, kind of thing.
We need decentralization because FTX, BlockFi, Genesis, Voyager, and a bunch of others. I rest my case.
Okay, it's enough. Enough drama for today. Guys, what do you think? Why we need decentralization?
Yeah, so it's like a choice between whether you want to continue to scratch the itch or put a lotion and move on. So again, coming back to it's all intent versus ability. Right now, there's an intent to move towards decentralization, but there are various components that still need to be in place so that more and more people can follow this philosophy.
So, Tama, what is your thought?
You just need to be able to opt out of centralized systems. I think that's the main thing. It's not that everyone should be headfirst into decentralized finance or whatnot, but people should have the opportunity and the choice.
Thank you so much, guys. I have one conclusion here, why we need decentralization. And the answer is we don't need it. It's just happening. Why it's happening? Because decentralized systems, those are reliable systems. You cannot kill something which is not represented by one entity, right? So you cannot kill the network because somebody from the network will still continue to work. And this reliability is something, from the nature, basically. And this is why I think we can just continue to build what we're doing, and everything is going to be fine. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Check, check, check. All right. So our next speaker is getting set up. Her name is Uliana Skladchikova. I think I got it right. Head of product at BlockScout, making blockchain data more available and decentralized. You can find them at blockscout.com on Twitter. She's coming to us from Estonia. She is a veteran in the tech industry with roots as a front-end developer, multimedia content creator, a graduate of Carnegie Mellon, going on to manage UX and product teams, and now leading the exploration of blockchain. And she's going to be talking about decentralizing blockchain explorer tooling, making blockchain data available to all and decentralized. Give a warm welcome for Uliana. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Uliana. I'm a product manager in the BlockScout team. And today we're going to talk about block explorers, blockchain explorers. So during the recent years, the number of public blockchains grew almost exponentially. and the vast majority of them fall under the EVM chain umbrella, which simply means that they build around the Ethereum virtual machine, the computational engine used to process operations on Ethereum blockchains. In most cases, EVM chains are forks of the original Ethereum network, while a number of EVM chains also have their own unique features and capabilities. The majority of these blockchains can be considered competitors to Ethereum and act as an independent layer 1, whereas some of them are designed to supplement Ethereum as layer 2. Also, there are plenty of EVM chains built on top of non-EVM blockchains, and they also compete with those layer 1 and the layer 2 solutions. The website chainlist.org, which collects all data about different EVM chains, currently lists around 350 different EVM chains and almost 250 testnets for them. All these chains compete by many parameters. Firstly, interoperability, which how well the chain is integrated into the ecosystem and how well it supports the cross-chain communication. Then speed, how fast are transactions on those networks. Then, of course, costs, how high are network fees on those chains. Next one is attractiveness for the developers, which basically indicates how easy it is to build on top of those blockchains, how many tools are supported, how large is the community, and so on. Next, decentralization, of course, is important, which is how well the chain components are decentralized. And, of course, dApps, which shows how useful the chain is for its end users and how to profit from it, basically. One of the fundamental tools for the blockchains are explorers. They're used to navigate blockchains, view and manage transactions, and basically any explorer is just a blockchain network search engine. They are needed to everyone who wants to understand how the blockchain works or just track specific transactions. Almost any chain you've heard of has its own blockchain explorer. Here are just some examples of the popular chains. However, nowadays, we see that explorers tend to become more than that. They become all-in-one portal for the blockchain users. They aggregate on-chain and off-chain data about blockchains. They incorporate ecosystems and dev tools available for the chain, and they also list different dApps available for those chains. In general, what explorers have to offer varies a lot from chain to chain, but there are obviously shared things that all explorers combine all together, like dApps, bridges, wallets, knowledge base links, dev tools, analytics, and much more. Here, for example, in the screenshot, you can see one of the Block Scout explorers for Celo network, where team turned it into the fully featured portal for the chain, added analytics, added marketplace for the apps, and released to their users. Now, Block Scout takes this trend into consideration and converts like simple explorer into a dynamic, all-in-one platform for the chains, which will provide everything that chains need to acquire and engage users, open door to the entire ecosystem, including chain data, analytics tools, native apps, projects, and more. What is the mission of Block Scout? Our mission is to provide an alternative to proprietary explorers and contribute to public goods. And Block Scout is open source. Any chain can set it up and use for their needs. Also, it's very easy to set up local explorers for getting data directly from the blockchain nodes. Also, Block Scout can be set up on an Explorer as a service basis by our core team. Currently, Block Scout is used by more than 100 networks. You can find Block Scout in different ecosystems from Ethereum Layer 1 to Optimism, to Arbitrum, Polkadot, Cosmos, Bitcoin, Near, Solana, Cardano, and more. You can find the full list of our explorers in the docs. Here is the link. So why we're building it? As I mentioned earlier, Explorer is a vital infrastructure for the blockchains, but it also holds a marketing value for the chains, becoming a homepage for any network. Currently, as I mentioned before, there are more than 300 EVMs out there. They all need some kind of Explorer. And building a custom Explorer from scratch is really hard and requires chains to allocate additional resources. There are some, I can even say many open source explorers out there, but in most cases they tend to lack important features like, for example, smart contract verification, and are less likely to compete with proprietary explorers in terms of user experience, speed, and other parameters that I mentioned earlier. Also, we believe that chains need more than just a simple explorer, but rather a portal that acts as an entry point to the entire network ecosystem. And of course, decentralization is important. Having multiple explorers reduces risks of failure for the network and also optimizes the resource distribution. So, as I said before, of course, BlockScout supports basic features needed from an explorer. You can view blocks, transactions, addresses. You can verify smart contracts. You can list tokens, and so on. Also, it provides an API for fetching index data directly from the BlockScout database. But you can also adjust BlockScout to the needs of your chain. And additional features that allow to easily run BlockScout for any EVM chain are the following. It supports EVM chain and EVMs built on other chains. It is rollup compatible. Many popular rollups like Optimism and Arbitrum already use BlockScout. It supports white label branding, meaning that you can customize the color scheme and some of the parameters on the homepage. It's open source. It's extensible. You can write modules that will integrate into BlockScout. It supports most of the known Ethereum clients. Also, you can import data from other explorers if your chain used something else before. And you can also set up monitoring for the instances that use BlockScout. And here are more features that really turn BlockScout into a portal. Recently, we've introduced BlockScout accounts, user accounts to add personalized data into the blockchain data, like tags, watch lists, and so on. Next one is the marketplace for the dApps. I will talk about it a bit later. It will include some native BlockScout apps as well. And there are more things to come, like personal asset management, NFT Explorer, statistics and analytics, and more in the future. Here, let me talk a bit about the architecture. BlockScout used to be a solid Elixir application, but recently we've redesigned its architecture into microservices architecture. Why we did it? Building open source software requires community engagement. And in order to boost participation of developers in building explorers, BlockScout implemented microservices architecture that now allows to build independent services for the explorer. And the Rust language was selected as the most popular and common for Web3 developers. There are a couple of services developed already. One of them is our smart contract verification service. And there are several others, for example, Solidity to UML conversion, and more to come. So if we speak about the smart contract verification service that was released recently, we can say that this new microservice gave us 10x improvement in verification speed compared to the previous implementation, and we're anticipating the same speed from other services that will be built on top of BlockScout. Also, we're working on the Ethereum bytecode database, which will be a database that collects all bytecodes of all smart contracts, and it will be easy to search for similar verified contracts between different networks that support BlockScout. Also, we're happy to introduce that Block Scout will have a new UI. Here is just a sneak preview of that. And the UI refresh will give chains that use Block Scout more flexibility in terms of visual customizations and matching the look and feel of the Explorer to other apps and tools for the ecosystem. Let me talk a bit about upcoming marketplace. So Block Scout Marketplace will give people, users, organizations, and others direct access to applications straight from the Block Scout interface. So anybody will be able to post their applications to make them accessible to Block Scout users and integrate them tightly with the Explorer itself. What is important here is that once you build an application for Block Scout, you can deploy, submit it to any Block Scout to any chain. Basically, Marketplace will be an entry point, like marketing channel for your app. In the future, we're planning to release Block Scout apps SDK, style guides, components that will bootstrap building apps for the marketplace. We're also building several native Block Scout apps which will be accessible from within the marketplace. One of them is a revoke application that will allow to withdraw approvals given to the tokens, and also working on the swap native app and much more, like multi-sender. As I said, all these tools are very important to the networks, and every chain builds such tools from scratch or is waiting for other teams to deploy on their chains. Having all that in one place in Block Scout will give just opportunity to the users to use them right away. Analytics module is coming as well. It will aggregate data, index data from the chain, convert it into the dashboards, show to the users, and again, this will be open source, so each chain will be able to adjust the dashboards that they need for their chain. Couple more things we're working on. One of them are custom views for the transactions. So you know that with the rise of DeFi apps, it's becoming more and more difficult to understand what has happened within specific transactions. Block Scout is going to break complex transactions down and provide insights into each action performed. Yeah, here you can see an example of such horrible transaction. Here, for example, you can see a visualization of a simple swap on cow swap. This will be a part of the custom transaction views as well. A couple of words about our development stack. So the core application is written in Elixir. Mostly this is the indexer that collects all the data from the blockchain and converts it to the readable data. All the microservices are going to be written in Rust. The new UI is going to be React, and there is Postgres database at the back. We encourage everyone in Web3 community to contribute to open source public goods. Please go check Block Scout development Slack and see where we can help. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Any questions for Liliana, Block Scout? All right. Thank you very much. Next up, we'll have Mudi Gupta in about 10 minutes.
Sorry, everybody. We're going to have Moodit coming up here at 5 p.m., so you've got about 40 minutes.
you come up?
Yeah, from here.
Thank you. Careful. Cheers, back. Cheers.
As you like it, this is your shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll like. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. We're getting to the last few talks of the day. Next up is Mudit Gupta. He is the Chief Information Security Officer at Polygon. He's also a tech partner of Delta Blockchain Fund, security researcher, Ethereum and Web3 developer, Sushi Swap advisor. The guy does it all. You can find him at Mudit_Gupta on Twitter. He's also got some great TED Talks. He was recently at DeFi Security Summit. You should check that out on YouTube. Today he's going to be talking about something mysterious. Crypto is dead. Anyways, I assume his talk, though, will be full of good security information about Web3 applications. So give it up for Mudit.
Hey, folks. Thanks for the kind intro. So this talk was supposed to be about something else, but then FTX happened, and I just changed it. So here we are. After all of this happened in the recent times, obvious question or thought in your mind, in everyone's mind, crypto is dead. Like FTX went down, Alameda went down, Genesis went down, Voyager went down, BlockFi went down. Pretty much like almost everyone building something is down, like the Luna crash, 3AC crash, like so big crashes. What exactly is working in crypto? What can you do with crypto apart from money laundering? Like, why exactly are we here? What problem are we solving? So why do why should anyone use crypto when all of the crypto companies are going down and whatnot? The answer to that is, this is not crypto. This crypto is dead, but the actual crypto is DeFi. The actual crypto will live long. Long live crypto. So all of the DeFi stuff, Uniswap, Curve, SushiSwap, MakerDAO, Polygon, Synthetics, GMX, Compound, Aave, nameless others, all of them are still running. All of them are working perfectly. None of them can rug you. Most of them can't rug you. But they are all working perfectly, and that is the actual crypto. And that is my intention for this talk, just to clarify that the companies, the centralized entities that have failed us were not crypto. They were just like being vultures and using the name of crypto to push their own centralized companies, centralized exchanges, centralized platforms, and so on. The whole aim of crypto is to eliminate those companies. The reason why decentralized finance was born, the reason why blockchains were born, is so that we can eliminate the centralized entities that can fail. And the time has showed us once and like again that centralized entities, again like FTX, Alameda, bunch of these, can and will just fail. It's not a matter of how or if, it's a question of when. They will fail, we just don't know when. So that is why we all started working on decentralized finance. That is all what crypto stands for, where there is no centralized entity that can just fail, that can just take your money and run away. You are in control. The whole community is in control. And that's why we are here. That's what we are working on. So long live crypto. Let's just differentiate between what is cryptocurrency or crypto and what is not. Don't get fooled by these centralized entities trying to LARP as crypto companies. They are not. So since FTX failed, I thought like I'll take a couple of minutes, talk about FTX, what happened, what went wrong, and so on, just because it's a hot topic. I'm not sure how many of you are interested, but let's talk. So FTX, I'd say after Binance, they were the biggest exchange, maybe not in terms of volume or anything, but at least in terms of reputation and trust. So everyone was using FTX. A lot of people were using FTX. SBF was treated as like a god or something in this community. Sam, everyone loved him. Everyone was praising him. But at the end of the day, FTX was still a centralized entity that failed because the management took poor decisions and so on. So how did FTX fail actually? So here we have to understand the relationship between FTX and Alameda. Alameda was a hedge fund / market maker that used FTX in exchange to do market making, to do investments, to get like deal flow and things like that. So they had a very tight relationship. In regulated finance, in traditional world, an exchange would never be allowed to run an arm which does market making and things like that, because it then puts them in a conflict of interest. They, in exchange, should be impartial, but if they have their own market making arm, then sure, like things go, they may not remain partial, and that's not something anyone wants. That's kind of what happened. So the details of the incident are still not 100% clear, but I'll say like what I believe what happened. Take all of this with a grain of salt. So first of all, Alameda was doing good at market making because they had very favorable terms with FTX, in the sense they could see the order books quite quick. They weren't getting liquidated as quick as others and so on. So Alameda was a money-making entity. Alameda didn't lose the money, not all of it at least. What Alameda did was it took loans from a bunch of other external entities, and then they had a lot of cash on their sheet. So they took loans in favorable terms. They used FTT as collateral and things like that. But there's nothing wrong in this. Then, as a market maker, you need liquidity to work. So now they had billions of dollars in cash. They were doing market making investments and everything, but it's still a lot of cash. They were not using all of it. So they just had cash lying around, and they were like, what do we do with this cash? So they just loaned it out to FTX. Because they were so close entities, they just loaned it out in very favorable terms for FTX. So now FTX had a lot of cash. FTX decided to spend that cash by doing advertisements, Super Bowl ads, buying stadiums, buying teams. They gave out personal loans to their leadership. SBF took out $1 billion in personal loans as per the court filings. Other people in the leadership took $500 million or things like that. So, which is not illegal per se since it's a loan, but it's illogical, and if they don't pay back, it becomes illegal, which they did not. So for some reason, you can ask SBF why he took a $1 billion personal loan, but he did. So that's where some of the money went. Then FTX started losing money via the liquidation engine. The thing is, FTX allows leverage, and if you go over leverage and your collateral is not sufficient, you'll get liquidated, which means your collateral would be sold to the market to recover your debts. If it works perfectly, it works perfectly, but sometimes you are unable to sell the collateral for the debt value. The price just crashes too quick, and then you're left with bad debt. This is a loss that the exchange makes, and FTX was apparently making tons of these. One reason, because they were not liquidating Alameda on time, so from there they were making some loss. Plus their engine just wasn't good enough, or they allowed bad things to be used as collaterals, like FTT token, which didn't have as much liquidity in the market to liquidate. So they started accruing a bad debt like this, then from their useless expenses and so on. All of these things meant that FTX was actually losing money rather than making money. This is relatively rare for an exchange of this size working on perps to do, because they were making $1 billion in revenue. It's just that when you give out $1 billion personal loans to your CEOs and stuff, you tend to be making a loss or have a hole in your books. So after this, now we have some context. Let's move forward. Earlier this year, as we all know, Luna crashed. So a lot of companies went bankrupt, which meant a lot of companies started recalling their loans. So if I'm a hedge fund, I gave a loan to Alameda. I called it back because I'm scared now. I don't know if Alameda lost money and they are insolvent or not. If a bank run happens, then it's just like the first person who gets out, they get out. The others who can't get out, they are stuck. So everyone started recalling their loan from Alameda. Alameda didn't actually lose money in Luna, not a lot actually, at least. So Alameda was perfectly fine. But the thing is, they didn't have cash handy. They gave out the cash to FTX. So earlier they had a lot of cash. They just gave it to FTX. So they are perfectly fine, but they don't have liquidity right now. So what they did is they paid back some of the loans, what they could, and then they told FTX, hey, pay me back my loan. I need to pay back the people who loaned me. So at this point, FTX was like, yeah, I gave loans from that. I spend that on marketing. I don't have that money. So what do I do now? So what FTX did is FTX took the users' deposits, the money that we put in FTX, and gave that to Alameda. Alameda used that to pay back the loans, and everyone, Alameda's lenders were happy. They got their money back. Alameda was happy. Alameda just got the money it paid to FTX back, so it has not done anything wrong. Alameda just got their loan back and made it forward. But now FTX is in a problem. FTX spent the money it didn't have. FTX now has spent users' deposits. FTX has a bunch of liabilities in its balance sheet. It has a big hole. And things just didn't improve from there. I assume SBF tried to raise more money, raise more capital, do some deals and stuff like that to make the hole full. But a couple of weeks ago, CZ kickstarted all of this incident where he tweeted that he thinks FTX might be in trouble or something along those lines, and then people started withdrawing money from FTX. Now the thing is, FTX didn't have enough money to pay everyone out. They had some cash from the user deposit. So let's say they still had 50% of user deposits, and they paid 50% back as loan to Alameda. So they initially were fine. They paid back all of the depositors who were withdrawing. They paid back 50%, just an arbitrary number, but they paid back everyone. But at some point, more than 50% people asked their money back. And then FTX just ran out of cash. So they had to stop operations and file for bankruptcy and so on. And now the proceedings are going on. And the drama didn't stop there. So funny thing happened. As soon as they stopped this, something went sideways with the FTX systems, and a bunch of money got withdrawn from their accounts, hot wallets, and got sold for ETH. Everyone thought that was a hack or an insider job, and people are just taking away that money. But now people are hinting that it was actually a fight between Bahamian regulators and US regulators. So Alameda filed for bankruptcy in US, Chapter 11, which means the US regulators and whatnot took over the company, the group, and is now doing liquidation. There is a liquidator CEO appointed that took over all of the assets. But the thing is, FTX International is a Bahamian company. So Bahamian regulators were like, this is our thing. Like, why is a US person coming here taking it over? So this is again a theory based on filings in courts and stuff, but they told SBF, hey, we'll help you keep the company in Bahamas and don't let the US regulators get in. Just get out as much money as you can from FTX because we want to be the liquidators. We liquidated. We don't want the US oversight to be here. So FTX, SBF or other internal people hacked FTX and withdrew as much money as they could. And it's believed they did it because Bahamian regulators told them to do it. But all just might be another story by SBF. He makes a lot of stories. In any case, now the US regulators saw that happening. They're like, oh, money is going out. What is happening? We didn't authorize this. So now they started doing a white hack and started moving money in a different multisig so that the other party, the black hat, as per them, can't take away the money. So it was an on-chain interesting thing happening. One regulator is pushing money here, one regulator is pushing money there, and the people losing are obviously the depositors, the users. We'll see how that fight goes. We might get to see some of our money back in a couple of years' times, maybe 5-6 years, let's see. But that was what happened with FTX. Maybe I spoke too long. I skipped a lot of interesting bits here, like the tweet thread like Sam did and stuff like that, but this was a good summary, I suppose. Moving on, so I'll get to the main point. How do we avoid this from happening? How do we not get wrecked the next time? How do we avoid the next FTX? So how to not get wrecked? So there are a few basic things you need to do. One is stop praising gods. Stop making new gods. Stop trusting new individuals. FTX, Caroline, Suzu, Dukwon, they were all individuals that failed. Like if you blindly trusted Daniele, Sifu, Andre and all, you would likely be still in the same, you'll likely be in the same boat. So the thing is, just don't trust individual people. Don't trust, verify. That's the main aim of crypto. You shouldn't trust any single individual or a single entity. You should always be able to verify the things they are saying. So that is why we use crypto. You don't need to trust Hayden if he says Uniswap is solvent. You don't need to trust Sarang here if he says Sushi is solvent. You can just go on-chain, verify it yourself. They can't lie. On-chain data doesn't lie. So don't trust, always verify. That's one way to not get wrecked. The other way is self-custody. Do it only if you actually know how to self-custody. That's one thing. So key management is hard, but if you do it, it's good. So don't keep your money on exchanges. Buy a ledger, buy some hardware wallet, keep it there, keep your key safe. Only move money on an exchange or a centralized platform when you want to actively trade some shitcoin or you want a fiat on-ramp, off-ramp solution. And just get in, get out, 5-minute adventure, don't stay there. So that is one way to avoid getting wrecked. With self-custody, you have to remember, with great powers come great responsibilities. So if you're managing your own keys, if you get wrecked, you're just wrecked. Nobody's gonna come save you. So which means you need to plan for a lot of scenarios, disaster recovery, proper key management, and stuff like that. And don't forget inheritance. That's something people always forget. So with crypto, like, if you have dependence or if you have sizable amount of crypto, always make an inheritance plan. In traditional finance, let's say, like, you are married and suddenly you die for some reason, whatever reason. Your partner can just go to the bank, give them the death certificate and so on, and they'll transfer your assets and money to your partner. Your partner will still be able to live comfortable life and so on. But with crypto, you are dead, your crypto is gone. Nobody knows what happened to Satoshi, but his crypto hasn't moved. Nobody he knows has moved his crypto. So don't be like that. Always make an inheritance plan. Always have, like, tell the people you want your money to go to if something happens, that you have to do this to get hold of the money. And similarly, that's the point. Like, if you're doing self-custody, you have to do all of these things on your own. You have to plan it all. If you use a custodian, then they already have all of it set up, so you get the like easier access or whatever. So you have a trade-off. You have to decide what you want to do. But that's one thing. Coming back to how to not get wrecked, I'll talk about more. So there are a bunch of pointers you can see in a project which will tell you, hey, this looks fishy, let's not go here. One good tip is, if it looks too good, it's probably not right. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. So if you see 1,000,000% APY on some shitcoin, yeah, maybe don't ape unless you're sure what you're doing. If you see a Ponzi paying 20% interest rate for perpetuity, maybe don't invest in that. So do proper risk management. Avoid taking risks that you can't afford. Don't gamble away your life savings. Be careful. Always have, sure, gambling, aping is fun, it's fine, but always do it with a small amount of money that even if you lose, it won't matter to you. It won't affect your day-to-day life. You'll continue working and like enjoying your life as nothing happened. So that's one way to not get wrecked. Even if you get wrecked, it doesn't matter. So yeah, not completely wrecked. Then, as I talked about individuals, that's one point. Never believe an individual what they're saying. They will lie their teeth out. Always verify on-chain. Always verify it yourself. Always try to do your own research, basically. That is, read white papers, look on-chain, look at their past track record, and so on. Don't trust one individual. With trust, like, what goes wrong is, let's say there are 10 people wanting to invest in SAM. Person A says, oh, let's do due diligence, but I'm not going to be too strict. Maybe I'll be lenient. So because I do want to invest in this entity, SBF is saying he'll close the round if I don't invest. So entity one does a very light due diligence, puts money in because SBF told them, hey, this other person is investing, CZ is investing, this is investing. And the entity one is like, oh, maybe they did the due diligence already, so I don't have to. Then entity two gets the same pitch. SBF says to them, hey, entity 1 is investing in me, say, look, they are the biggest VC out there. Look, CZ is investing in me, even though he might not be, but nobody verifies this is crypto. So he just makes a bunch of false claims. Now entity 2 is like, oh, if these 10 big entities are investing in him, let's do it. Like, why not? It must be true. They are not stupid that they won't like invest. Like, FTX was backed by Tiger, Sequoia, even CZ, Binance did the earlier round in them, and a bunch of other global players. And even like, if a normal person looks at them, they'll be like, yeah, if Sequoia is investing in them, if Tiger is investing in them, if Paradigm is investing in them, if Multicoin is investing in them, if fucking competition CZ is investing in them, they must be doing something right. They must, like, these people must have done their due diligence before investing. And that's where the gotcha happens. Everyone thought the same thing. Sequoia thought these others did their due diligence, so I don't need to be as strict. Tiger thought Sequoia did due diligence, so I don't need to be as strict. And turns out nobody did the due diligence. Everyone just thought someone else did. So don't trust, don't have assumptions. Always verify it yourself. Always do your own due diligence, and that's how you're gonna stay safe. Use DeFi, obviously. Going back, you never needed to use FTX. You could have used DYDX to do perp trading. You would have been better off using DYDX than FTX. If you want a spot exchange, you could have used SushiSwap, Curve, Uniswap. If you wanted to do lending and borrowing, you could have used Maker. If you wanted to do options or if you want leverage, you could have gone GMX way. Again, Compound allows you lending, borrowing. Aave allows you lending, borrowing. Polygon, just through it because I belong to Polygon. But if you want faster blockchain or layer 2 solutions, scaling Ethereum, so on, use Polygon rather than a centralized chain. Synthetics, if you want to deal in synthetics, synthetic stocks, synthetic commodities, and so on, synthetics. Crypto has a bunch of other DeFi protocols that you can use. So instead of using the centralized alternative, just go with actual crypto. That's how you don't get tricked. And at the end of the day, the main message is that, sure, this crypto is dead. And I'm happy that this is dead because this was not crypto. This was just misleading centralized finance acting like a false player or using our good image or whatever to sell their shitty centralized product, which I'm not a fan of. I'm sure people are now figuring it out. The only thing we need to be careful now is we don't want the narrative to go out that the crypto is actually dead. Although my slide says that, but I have a next slide. So we want people to understand that this centralized finance is dead. This shows why crypto is needed. This is why we made decentralized finance, so that decentralized entities can't fail. We should use this like market downturn as a positive thing to push our industry forward. Hey, see, this is exactly why we need crypto. It's not a failure of crypto. It shows you why exactly we need crypto. If we can push that narrative forward, I'm sure we'll be having a happy time. Hopefully the winter won't be too long. We can get back to DeFi summer soon enough. It's Dubai, so summer won't take too long to come here. I'm positive. So happy about that. And with that, I guess I'll quickly end this short talk. But if anyone has any questions, I can take some questions now.
All right, we can start up here in the front.
So thanks very much for the presentation, mainly about FTX. I learned a few things. Question, I think that I use Polygon, I invest in Polygon, I bought a few tokens anyway, and it's cool, but you always think about you have not to trust, but actually be able to understand. And there's a lot of, how do you say, people talking about the multi-sig, and I wondered if you could give a few lights and explain a bit more about how it works, what are the risks. Yeah. Is it centralized or not? Like, just a bit of explanation there.
Yeah, sure. So multisig in general is basically like, it was meant to be a cryptographic primitive like it is for BTC. At the end of the day, what we want multisig to do is, instead of one person signing anything, we have multiple different people, and we have n of those m people sign anything for anything to happen. In traditional medium, you can say you have a joint bank account with 5 people on the bank account, and you need 3 people, at least any 3 people, to sign a transaction for it to happen. Similarly, in crypto, in BTC, you can do it natively. You can split a key in 3 different parts and always require at least 2 to sign it, and then aggregate the signature, and then the transaction will happen from a different account. On Ethereum, we use smart contracts to do it, and we call those smart contracts multisigs. In most of the multisigs, it is a N of M scheme, where there are M signers overall. Can be 1, can be 2, can be 100. 1 won't make much sense, but let's say there are 100, can be 100. And the N part is how many people need to sign a transaction for it to happen. So N of M can be 1, 2, 3, up to the number of people on the multisig. So you can say there is 100 of 100 multisig where all 100 people must agree for any transaction to happen. Or there is a 3 by 5 multisig where any 3 people of the 5 people can agree for something to happen. Usually people go with multisigs of type 3 or 5 because this gives you some trust in the way at least 3 people will have to be corrupt to do any corrupt thing. But it also gives you some backup in the sense that what if the 4th person just dies? Like, then still you can access their keys. What if 4th, 5th person were in a plane and the plane just crashes? 3 people are still fine. Your assets are still fine. You can still do transactions, remove those 2 people. So these type of multisigs are the most common, where it's a good like mix between decentralization and speed of things moving and just reducing the risk.
Thanks for the talk. That was awesome. I'm just wondering, in your experience, there's a ton of people who have gotten wrecked on all these custodial platforms, and I haven't been able to find any data as to how many of these people were using the custodial platforms to cash out versus how many were using it because it gave them some sort of trading capability that they didn't feel like they could easily get through a decentralized system. Do you have any idea on that? Like, how much was this just a way for people to sell their crypto so they could pay for rent versus how much was it like they wanted to go leverage long FTT or something?
So I don't have the exact data, but I would say most of the people that lost money were actually trading on it. Because the thing is, if you're using it to just cash out, you get the money, you cash out, you don't have money on the exchange to actually lose it. The money that exchange has is there because people are either actively using it for trading or keeping it as collateral for their leverage position, or they think they will have to trade in 5 days, 6 days, so just have kept the money there. So most of this money on FTX was being used for leverage. People didn't use decentralized finance or DEX because these are still limited in terms of features they provide, and just like the pairs they support and so on. For example, like DYDX, which is the most advanced perp exchange, has only very limited pairs, has limited volume, so you can't get the best rate there. The fees are high. You can't, like, it's just not as good of a UX as FTX. So people thought, hey, we can just use FTX, it's trustworthy, we'll be fine. We'll get better UX, and that's it. And that's how we fell into it. For exchanges, actually, like for good exchanges, sorry, that are not double spending user deposits, having money on an exchange is a liability for them. One of the co-founders of KuCoin actually, not KuCoin, maybe KuCoin, yeah, just said this like last week, that the money they have on their exchange is not an asset for them. It's a liability. They have to be custodian. They have to manage the money without making any money from it, without having any fees, earning any fees from it. So they don't want money to be kept on their exchange. They just want money to come in, be traded, pay them fee, and get out. But people are keeping money because people are lazy. They don't want to take money out, put in, back in, and so on.
Could probably take one more question.
And the point is same which you told, that liquidity part. So decentralized exchange have smaller liquidity. If some of the bigger whale come to any protocol or any liquidity, so they can drag that liquidity easily. So what do you think, like apart from liquidity on the AMA plus the P2P, apart from that, in between, what kind of solution, like there is some solution from the set protocol, or are doing like auction trading of the liquidities of, so what do you think, like liquidity or auction trading for those liquidity, it is?
Yeah, so option trading would be complex because options also require liquidity, and we have not seen...
No, not option, auction, sorry.
Okay, sure. different options, but yeah, so yeah, liquidity is definitely a problem, but it will get solved eventually in the sense that as DeFi becomes cheaper to use, easier to use, and so on, market makers will start adding liquidity there. Most of the liquidity on the exchanges was from market makers as well. There are market makers on adding liquidity on DEXs and doing trades there. Now with Uni V3, there is just-in-time liquidity where you just add a liquidity when you see a trade. So things like that will happen. GSR, Wintermute, and a bunch of other market makers are adding liquidity to these AMMs and exchanges. But it's not ideal, as you said. It will just have to be, over time, we'll move closer to a order book system compared to an AMM. Uni V3 is actually a step forward in that direction, in the sense that it is very similar to an order book, that you can place orders between these, like you can concentrate your orders versus providing liquidity on all of range. The reason why there is less liquidity on exchanges, decentralized exchanges, is because it's inefficient for market makers to do that. They only really want to provide liquidity for this one trade between this small window, but if they add liquidity on a DEX, they're providing liquidity for this whole trade window. But market makers hate that. Market makers never want to be, never want to oppose the market. They always want to move in direction of the market. They never want to be the exit liquidity of someone. If a token price is crashing, they will stop market making. They won't try to defend the price unless they have something to gain there. Market makers make money when the markets are moving in parallel, and someone buys, someone sells, and they make the difference in money. So with AMM, they can't do that easily, at least not with Uni V2, because they have to provide liquidity throughout the whole range. If the price just tanks, their investment will also tank. So Uni V2, market makers were not providing as much liquidity. Uni V3 makes it a little easier, that you can add liquidity, then readjust, and so on. The issue there is, it costs real money to exchange liquidity, to like move liquidity there. If you send, like market makers send hundreds of orders every second to centralized exchanges, and if you do it on Uniswap, you lose like thousands of dollars every minute, which is not feasible. So they are not doing that on Uniswap yet. But as layer 2s come forward, for example, DYDX, it has more like better pricing and compared to Uni in most cases. But yeah, as more layer 2 solutions come in, as it becomes cheaper to provide liquidity and move liquidity around, I'm sure we'll see more liquidity flowing in decentralized finance.
All right, always amazing insight from Mudit Gupta. Give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
And we'll give you guys an update on the next talk in just a moment. Thanks, man. So we should have the next talk starting in just a few moments, as long as we locate our speaker. Is it okay, you? All right. Let me just pull your slides up real quick. Usually I have a few minutes, but... All right, close this guy. Damn it. All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Zahua Wang. All right, co-founder and CEO at Verilog Audit. That's at Verilog_audit on Twitter. A doctor of philosophy and professor at University of British Columbia. Chief scientist, adjunct professor, entrepreneurship mentor, and founder of Verilog Solutions. And he's going to be talking about demand of the continuality in Web3 security. Give him a hand, please.
Okay, thank you guys. It's really glad to be here. So today we talk about the continuous Web3 security service by AI. So I guess this is the first time then we put AI and Web3 and security together in the title. So very glad to have you here. Thank you. So I am a professor and a doctor in UBC. I'm also the founder and the CEO of Verilog Solutions. I co-founded the blockchain program at UBC. So let's see what we have today. Okay, so we have, first let me introduce myself a little bit more and also introduce the Verilog Solutions. And then we will move on to the Web3 security scenarios. And also we will talk about the continuous Web3 security requirements. When we talk about the security requirements, and then what's the meaning of the continuity, okay? So what's the meaning of the continuous security requirements? So that's something that we need to highlight today. From that, we will mention about some challenges and possibilities and also the approaches. And eventually we put forward a Web3 security infra. So that is actually what we are working on in Verilog Solutions. So first, I am a professor and in UBC, Vancouver. I'm also a co-founder and CEO at Verilog Solutions. So you can see the handle of the Twitter of Verilog Solutions. I am a co-founder of the UBC blockchain program and then also develop the technical courses for UBC graduate students. So every year I have about 100 students. I also a recipient of the commendation from the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, and also recipient of a Circle Award in blockchain research. For Verilog, okay, Verilog has been founded by me and my previous graduate students in UBC. And in the past year, we have onboarded a bunch of those well-known clients. Probably you have heard them before, Benedal and Stepin, Gnosis, and Silo. We also collaborated with the ecosystems and also the CTF and the workshop organizers. Like Ethereum Foundation, every month I have the meeting with Ethereum Foundation and talk about what's the next city for the DevCon. And then we also collaborated with some DevCon, like the DevCon in Amsterdam. And the Web3Dubai, and so welcome to be here. And then if you were purchasing the tickets on the smart contract, that contract was audited by the Verilog Solutions. And we were also invited to be the speaker for the SmartCon 2022. With the ecosystems, and then we have the ecosystems from layer 1, layer 2, and then come to UBC and to pitch their ecosystem and then or the hackathon programs for UBC graduate students. And previously we have onboarded like the Aptos and a few zkSync and Hydra, Silo, Circnet, and Oasis network. As with my research is funded by NSERC or UBC and also the Public Safety Canada. Okay, so have been talked about so much. Let's move on to the main course. So today we talk about the Web3 security, and then so first we need to know what are the scenarios for the Web3 security. When we talk about Web3 security, and then people focus on, for example, the smart contract security. But smart contract security is just like the peak of the iceberg. When you see the entire picture, okay, we have 4 scenarios. The first one is already handled by the testing. No matter, if you are from the software engineering background, you may know that we have the testing includes the unit testing or interrogation testing. But anyway, they are just testings. And then we also have the formal applications, which is the buzzword in the Web3 security now. So people can write the rules on Satora and to verify the smart contracts. And also we have the on-chain event monitoring, like the FOTA. Okay, FOTA, people can write the robots on FOTA protocol, and then this FOTA protocol or robots on the FOTA protocol can monitor all of those on-chain events. With some advanced scientists, they can also monitor the memory pool, so the like the front runners, and can also protect some on-chain assets actively. It's called proactive monitoring on memory pool. So those are the 4 scenarios, and you will see these 4 scenarios later. So what we are talking about here is that we want to make the Web3 security be in these 4 scenarios, while the testing or verification is just for the code level, but for the on-chain level, we also have the on-chain event monitoring or memory pool monitoring. Okay, so the thing is that, so right now, most of those security issues are actually patched or fixed by the posterior experiences. So what are those posterior experiences? Everything is from the plain paper, right? So just like the white paper. So when we have some problem, and then we want to find some solutions. When we got some solutions, then we can find it, we can have some knowledge attracted from those solutions. And then we can find more problem and then more solutions and then more knowledge can be accumulated. This is how the civilization is built from the ancient worlds. Well, people have those knowledge so that the people want to use the knowledge and to make the Web3 world be more secure, okay, how to protect your on-chain assets. So people have, for example, unit testing. Okay, I said for the testing, we have unit testing. People know, okay, so there are probably some issues about smart contract. People know, okay, this project is similar to some previous project who got hacked. So maybe then we can use some knowledge and then we got from the previous contract, okay, previous project to write some very robust unit testing or integration testing and to make this project be more reliable. Also for the verification, okay, so we can find, okay, so we have some previous code and we have done some verification, and how about we do the similar approach for this new project, for the new smart contract, to also improve the security in this new smart contract. Also for the on-chain monitoring and the proactive monitoring. So you can see that with that sense, people actually are doing a lot of duplicate jobs. Many similar testing cases are rewritten and many times. Okay, and most rules or the robots are actually not automatically be usable. So what's the meaning of the automatically reusable? We can, for example, you write some smart contracts, you found some of the old smart contract there, okay, you would like to find, okay, there are some similarity between them, and I can just copy the code from the old contract to the new contract, or I can copy some of the code from the old security code base to the new code base for security purposes, and reuse those testings, reuse those rules or the robots. This kind of the reusability is very low because it requires a human's brain to process these similarities. And we are thinking about, so how if we have some algorithm that can make this kind of comparison or the similarity finding problem can be solved by the computer code, right? So the question is that how we can increase the reusability and build a shareable security code base for the Web3. Because we know most of those code in Web3, they are open source code, and so as those testing code or verification code or the on-chain monitoring code or on-chain robots. And then we would like to build some ecosystem or the framework such that people do not need to use the human's mind again and again and to reproduce the similar testing cases, reproduce the similar the robots or the rules for the photo form verification. People can directly reuse some previous the security code and for the previous projects. And the most important thing is that how to I would say, measure the similarity. Because when we say, okay, these two things seems like the same, or A looks like the same as B, this kind of looks like it is a human's intuition. So how we can convert this human intuition into the computer thinking? Because we do not want to just manually reproduce all of those testing cases. We do not want to manually process all of the similar smart contracts, right? So first, we need to think about how the computer can measure the similarities. Everything in computer is quantitative. Okay, it's not, you need to give a very specific number, and then we can have some threshold between those numbers, and some number beyond the threshold, and then we categorize this into the categories A, and then if this number lower than this threshold, we categorize into categories B. So computer can only deal with numbers. So first, we need to have a way and to better measure the similarities. And then we have our own algorithm for this. So the very important algorithm that you're going to see in the following slide is like the dimensional decomposition. And the other one is the how to find the optimal granularity. You cannot have the too fine granularity. Too fine granularity means that the reusability is very low. Just like you cannot have the two leaves that look like the same, right? So different leaves, okay, if you have two leaves, if you zoom into too much details, okay, every leaf is different from the other. So we cannot have also very raw granularity because this accuracy is very low and the performance is very low. So first is about the dimensional decomposition. Because the Bendao is our client, we just use the Bendao as an example. Later on, you will see that we have already attracted 8 dimensions. So for now, we just present 3 dimensions because the people can only understand the world with 3 dimensions. Okay, so first, for example, we have the Bendao decomposed into the 3 dimensions. In the first dimension, it's called the collateral type, like the assets. Okay, with those ERC20, ERC721, and 777, 1155, and 4885. So maybe Bendao selects 2 of them, ERC721, 1155. And when we think about the utility type, because it's a learning protocol, and also for the Oracle type, it's also use the OpenSea or LuxRare, the floor price of those kind of centralized exchanges. Well, so with this kind of decomposition, then we can make this similarity be more obvious, because you cannot have the 2 projects look like the same. Different projects is very customized. Okay, you have the very customized customer, you have the very customized business logic, you have a very customized tokenomic. Okay, every project is unique. You cannot just like compare an apple with a banana like that. Okay, but when you try to decompose this project to different dimensions, you will see something more similar than comparing this project by another. This is some of the feature selections. The next one is that how we can better find those similarities between the functions. Every project consists of a bunch of the smart contracts. And every contract also consists of a bunch of the functions. We cannot just compare this project by project. I say that you cannot have the 2 leaves look like the same. And we do not want to actually just compare the contract by contract. Think about what's ERC20. Okay, ERC20 is just a set of functions. What's ERC721? It's nothing more than just a set of functions. Okay, do we have similarities between the ERC20 and the ERC721? Yes, we do, right? So then we would like to have the machine or the code can better find the similarities between those smart contracts, so that we boil down this contract into the functional level. With the functions, we have done the research and then to attract those very basic operations in the function. This consists of the assignment, the switch. The switch also includes, for example, the if else if, or else, or switch. And for the loop, okay, it consists of the for loop, while loop, do while loop, also the function calls. Okay, and then we can just represent all of them into the graph. Graph theory is a very fundamental theory in computer science, so it's very easy to compare these different operations in the same function or not. And we can just do some encoding for those basic operations in the function. So eventually, then we can easily find if 2 functions are similar or not. Like if one function just a rewritten version of the other one by just appending some extra operations behind the previous one, then we can easily find that, okay, so in the previous function, we have the 4 operations, the new one is just appending a new one. Okay, the new function is just appending a new operation from the old function. So we can find a similarity between the functions. And this work has been published in the top ACM journal. So what we do is that we can just find this. We have right now got the dimensional decomposition, and then in each dimension, and we can attract those features for this function in that dimension. Then we can apply some of the machine learning algorithm. It's called a decision tree. There is a very famous decision tree algorithm. If you are not from technical background, it's okay. Okay, just remember it's called a classification and a regression tree. So basically, then we can have a very function to be categorized into one of the leaf nodes. In this example, you can see that we have the 5 leaf nodes. So when we have already got this project decomposed into different dimensions, and we have also attracted the features for this function, and in that dimension, and we can start to categorize, okay, categorize those dimensions in the better granularity. This is done by the decision tree. Okay, after decomposing a project P, for example, any project P, okay? So P is just a dummy variable. It's a kind of the, can be any project in multiple dimensions, and matching each function's feature in each dimension. And we can automatically recomposing the very customized security solution for the testing, like the TP, or the verification is the VP, or event monitoring, EP, and the map monitoring, the MP. So it makes our security job be more scalable. So for example, when you have a new project, okay, so it seems like a new project, but people know that you are also building some similar functionality as the previous projects. You only need to focus on the security issue of the new functionalities. For the old functionality or the functionalities that has already existed in the previous projects, all of those unit testings, interrogation testings, the form application code or on-chain monitoring or memory monitoring will be automatically generated for you. Okay, you can only use your brain to create the new security code for your new functionalities. And whatever you have created for your new project can be reusable for the future projects. So, okay, so if you are not coming from the technical background, it's a little bit tricky for those equations, but let me just introduce some results that we have in the Verilog solutions, okay? We have analyzed more than 1.6 million smart contracts on Ethereum mainnet. And we have attracted 8 dimensions. So I said we have 8 dimensions. The previous example for Panda, we just showed the 3-dimensional space. But actually, we have the 8 dimensions. They are here, the asset dimension, okay, or data dimension. So asset dimension is called example implementation, because the computer does not categorize all of those ERC20 tokens into a category called ERC20. The computer can even have the better categorization, for example, the approve or transfer from or transfer. Okay, they are the common functions between the ERC20 and ERC2021. So actually, the computer can do a better job than the human's intuition's categorization. This one just an example, and to let you know what's actually the meaning of the dimension, right? For the asset dimension, we may have the ERC20, ERC21, ERC1155, and for the data feeding, we have the on-chain oracle, like the Chainlink, or the decentralized oracle, like the pseudo swap for NFT, or the unit swap for the ERC20, or the centralized oracle, like the centralized exchanges. Or the incentives, we have most of those Web3 projects that have the incentive mechanisms. For example, we have the staking, okay, or liquidity mining, or VE model. So those are, you can see that every dimension is just like the pillar for a Web3 project. They are very, very similar, okay? So the reason why, that's we say, okay, why we want to do the dimensional decomposition, because we can find the better similarities between those functions, and we can have the decision tree better built to have the fine granularized categorization. So we have the counting, for example, we have the fungible token transferable, non-fungible token transferable, or non-transferable. And for the allocation, we have the first come first serve English option, Dutch option. And for the access, we have the permissionless, permissioned, and restriction, we have the global right, the global phrase, local phrase, or rate limit. And for the matching, we may have the peer-to-pool or peer-to-peer. And with those similarities, by using our feature attraction, okay, we said that we have introduced a coding mechanism. It's not the coding for the function signature. Okay, every person who are developers in Ethereum should know that we have the function selector, which is the hash value of the function signature. But we are not encoding those function signature in the hash value. We are encoding the function logic into the hash value. So it's very easy to find those features who represent the functions into those hash code. And with this hash code generation, and we can find the similarities for these 8 dimensions. With the set dimension, we can find the similarity with this 1.6 million smart contracts up to 92%. And with the data dimension, we have the 87%. And with the incentive dimension, we have 76%. And then you can see that for these 8 dimensions, after analyzing the 1.6 million smart contracts, with our smart contract procedure hashing code generation for functions feature selection, we have these similarities between 76% to 93%. It basically can dramatically increase our security performance or the scalability issues. So what we are doing in Verilog now, right? So we have already done the feature selection algorithm, and we have in UBC we have the 10 PhDs and 20 master students and working with me, and to make this algorithm be more robustness, and we can have the better feature attracted from the functions. And then we are working on the MVP for the 1-dimensional 1 scenarios. Okay, I said we have the 4 scenarios. What are they? If you still remember, we have the testing, we have for verification, we have on-chain monitoring, and we have the monitoring. Okay, these are the 4 scenarios. So what for the MVP we are doing is just for 1 dimension. We select the asset dimension. Asset dimension, like all of the assets, okay, we have those function attracted, we have the feature attracted for those asset functions, and then we want to implement those unit testing or integration testing reusability. So basically, for all our smart contracts, then handling those SAS logics, and then we can directly recompose all of those unit testing and integration testings for the future projects. And the next step is that we will convert this one dimension, one scenario to the 8 dimension and the 4 scenarios, which are these are the 8 dimensions. And with all of those unit testing, deform verification, on-chain monitoring, and mempool monitoring. So when we have done this, you will see that because we have already done the decision tree in 8 dimensions, it's very easy to just convert the computer code from one language to another language. Okay? If you were from the computer science background, you know that the computer can easily convert one computer language to another language. So similarly, the computer language can also be, the security code can also be converted between different languages and ecosystems. So what do we do next after we have built up this 8 dimension and for the 4 scenarios is that we can penetrate between different ecosystem and languages. Means that as long as there's a new project developed in one of those blockchains, other blockchains can also learn from this new project. Okay, people do not need to reproduce those testings or monitoring code again. So because we can directly use the computer to replicate these testings or verification code from one language to another language, and then we can make the entire Web3 as an ecosystem. Okay, so this is the end of presentation, and then this is the QR code. This is called the link tree, and you can have all of the linkage and then to our Verilog solutions. And then thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Another dimension, another dimension, another dimension, another. Yeah. You don't know that song? No. Okay. Bad joke. All right. Please give it up for the doctor. All right, we have one more talk left tonight. I know we're all getting a little bit tired. We need to get out and have some good drinks. But, and my screens are failing now. Yep. What is it?
Developer DAO for the Abu Dhabi Polygon of
What am I announcing?
Developer DAO.
Do you want to announce it?
You can announce it.
Another winner for the.
For the what? This is the panel. They just told me this 2 hours ago.
Okay, so yeah, so we have another panel at 6:25 with the developer DAO in the main hall here. So as soon as we are done with the next talk, we have one more panel. We will shed some light on utilizing the potential of different chains, decentralization, and community. More importantly, what we look for in a developer friend. Yes. So, hey, I don't have a monitor over here, but I think I can still. Sorry, guys. All right, can we go ahead and bring the next speaker up? Do we have Salim Hadri in the building? I literally just saw him up here. I wonder if he got confused and went to the other room. Anyways, we will wait for the next speaker to come back. All right.
Do you have the connector?
What's that?
The HDMI connector. This one, right?
Hey guys, our monitor went out down here. The monitor? All right, so our next speaker is Salim Hadri, COO at Tenderize, a member of the Developer DAO. You can find him at Hadri Salim on Twitter. Making stake tender, you can find Salim on salimhadri.lens, building the future of liquid staking, and he's going to have a talk on introducing native liquid staking. Also, the coolest freaking logo on the board here.
Thank you very much. Everyone in the door, let's come inside. Very delicious food. I'm your chef today, come. I will start in 1 minute. Chris, do you hear me well? Chris, come in. I'll wait a minute for everyone to sit. I'm gonna get something for you. Yeah, so let's start. Today I have a really delicious presentation to digest. I'll be talking about native liquid staking. But before we start, who are we? The leadership team consists of 3 people, starting with the founder, Nico Vergouwen. He's the core lead developer at LivePeer for 3 years, and that's where Tenderize was born. It was born through 5 hackathons and through his own live pool mining operations for transcoders to join and share their compute, transcoding video. And it actually started by the idea to scale his operation more efficiently, without putting in new money, but actually having a way to leverage and actually unlocking his cash flow by tokenizing his stake. The next one is Nigel. Nigel is our head of content. He has worked for Pocket Network, Yarn, and DeFi Slate. Me, myself, Salim Hadri, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Tenderize, an entrepreneur for 10 years, and I love working with those guys, very talented. So quick, in short, our story. We're a team of 7 people, 5 full-timers and 2 part-timers, fully decentralized. I work from Dubai, Nico works from Belgium, our backend developer Ruben works from India, our front-end developer from Hungary, our marketing from the Philippines, and our 2 part-timers that helps us with design from Colombia, and the other one that's doing technical writing in Portugal. We have done our seed round in the beginning of this year, a 3 million seed round, and established last year in November. We are backed by these investors, the lead investors Edenblock, joined with TRGC, Figment, Encode Club, and Deadless Angels, and some really awesome angel investors. But we have forgotten something important. What do you think it might be? This motherfucker. No, this is, I think you know the back. This is the guy that is responsible for the collapse of FTX. And I think it's a really harsh thing that have happened, because we are people that want to build things, and we are integer, and we have some rotten apples that are flushed out now. Better now than later, right? And I want to encourage before I dive in, because what we all have known and sometimes forget is that Bitcoin started with a vision. Core values around having a trustless system, a permissionless one, a decentralized one that can be censorship resistant, and also a way to do peer-to-peer transactions and be non-custodial. So I have 100% trust that we will recover from this. Even in this fast-moving pace, in 1 week, such a big exchange collapsing, we still managed to make this real track work and build awesome things together. So have a round of applause for yourself, man. So to start off, where do we navigate? We are navigating in the staking market, and what's the size of the staking market? Currently, it's around $50 billion USD, but only 10% of it is liquid staking. So we went live, like I said, at the beginning of this year in May. So what are we solving now? Is we are solving the problem that people need to wait when they unstake. So staking is actually an activity where you stake your coins with a delegator and you get a portion of their rewards as a delegator. And liquid staking actually solves for when you want to unstake that you can instantly access your tokens instead of waiting for Matic around 3 days, live per 7 days, and the outlier GRT almost 28 days. So pretty simple, right? I mean, this is what we solve now. So a short recap, what's liquid staking? You can, like staking, generate rewards, but it's not locked. And why is Tenderise special? Tenderise is a protocol that will go beyond liquid staking and actually solve the problem of why liquid staking is only just 10%, which I will come back in a few minutes. And how are we going to solve this? By actually supercharging stake, making it not only useful for delegators to be instantly able to get their underlying back, but also be useful for node operators, which we think is responsible for not having that much people use liquid staking yet. So let's imagine. Everything that we can imagine, I believe we can build. So the use cases that are before us that we can build in the future and what we will release doing the beginning of next year is using your tokenized stake as collateral. Having a way to delta neutral stake, meaning that you can go short on your position when you enter a staking position, and if the funding rate of your short is lower than the total APY, you essentially create a product that is called delta neutral staking, or you stake without risk, without the risk of your token going up in value or down because you hedged your position there. And of course, the brave ones among us, you can leverage stake. And for the node operators, having a way to scale their operation without putting in new fiat. Because imagine, you're a node operator and you want to scale your operations. you don't like to unstake your position, but creating a product like this by collateralizing your tokenized stake, you'll be able to do it. So why is liquid staking just 10%? The next problem that we are solving are that if you would stake with Lido today, and you are a node operator and you want to increase your stake, it is important how much stake you have in your node because it determines how much productive work you can create for yourself and get more rewards. But the problem here is you will be sharing those rewards with your competitors. And that's actually not fair. So what we will create in our V2 is create a way to have node operators have their own individual vaults where they can stake to themselves without sharing with competitors. And we're also going to decentralize the protocol by giving the free choice to the delegators to stake towards a node operator they like. For example, if you would have GRT, you can choose to stake with Figment or with Blockdaemon. All the node operators are welcome to use our protocol. And also the problem of centralized stake. As what you see with Lido now, it's a bit of not so decentralized way of doing liquid staking at the moment. Because they are gatekeeping who can be in the set of nodes to delegate towards. So let's go down to a demo and see how easy it is to use Tenderize. I do a quick demo by demonstrating how you would stake live peer tokens, for example. Let's select our live peer tokens here and start staking. I'm connected to the Arbitrum chain. That's where this smart contract for staking is for live peer. We stake. We sign the transaction. We pay the transaction fee, wait a few seconds, and in return I will get TLPT, as you can see here in the balance. So if I would like to unstake or get my underlying back, I don't have to wait 7 days, but I can just go to the TenderSwap, our decentralized exchange, get our TLPT, and swap it back for LPT. I can do it with this click, trade it, confirm the swap, goes through an AMM, sign the transaction, pay the transaction fee, and in a few seconds, we'll have our underlying back. There it is. Nice round of applause. This is mainnet. As in Arbitrum, it's live. So let's go back to the presentation. So staking can be tough, what we essentially did. Now you understand our logo. We made it tender and easy. So a short recap. What we are solving, delegators can choose again and be flexible who to delegate towards. We are creating a permissionless and decentralized protocol for any node operator to join. We are not a gatekeeper. We have actually a way of fair reward distributions by making it possible to stake towards yourself without sharing with your competitors. And the most exciting part is, of course, creating supercharged stake. Really cool use cases that go beyond liquid staking, starting with collateralizing your tokenized stake. I'm back to cooking new use cases. Thank you for your time. And if you want to connect, scan the QR code. Bye-bye. Any questions, maybe? Could you hear me all well through the whole presentation? Yes? Okay, nice. Have a nice evening. It was nice talking to you guys, and bye-bye.
All right, give him a round of applause.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, questions. We got several questions over here.
So when you swap back the TLPT or whatever it was called to the LPT, what happens to the stake?
Yeah, so, sorry. The smart contract unstakes it automatically for you. Actually, you can have two ways to swap back for your underlying. You can use our own bootstrap liquidity pool, and you can go through Etherscan and unclaim it by just waiting the 7 days. So we don't take away the staking experience if you would choose that route.
Right.
The only way, the only moment I think that it would make sense to do this, if you have a really large amount of LPT that you want to get back with your TLPT, and you would see that the slippage might be too big of a cost for you, you can choose to do that. And if you're confident the token won't change in a big way when it comes to their value in those 7 days. But essentially, if you want to swap in and out, you can do it through our liquidity. It's our own bootstrap liquidity pools. And what we are doing now is we are increasing the market depth in it by collaborating with liquidity providers and with market makers.
Right, and so basically the staked tokens, then you get them more or less, and you wait for them to be unstaked.
Exactly,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right. So this is our last speaker of the night. Give him a round of applause one more time. And we do have a panel coming up. So if you want to wait around for about 15 minutes, or if they're ready to go on sooner than that, we can go ahead and get that started. So give us just a few minutes.
A few minutes to connect with me. Yeah, thank you for your time, everyone. Bye-bye.
Change.
Check. There we go. All right, so we are going to do another panel up here for the Developer DAO. You're going to have a moderator, Isabella. Isabella is the head of developer ecosystem for the Asia Router Protocol and board member of Bitsquella. And we're going to bring up each of the members. They are Rahat Codes, which you've already heard from tonight from Polygon. Lord Heb of 42 Abu Dhabi. Kai Sprasla from Anchor API. Nazi, 21 of Reimagine Finance. And of course, already introduced the moderator, Isabella. So here we go.
Thank you so much, Mr. There you go. Thank you. Here you go. Thank you. Wow, nice to be up here with friends. Good evening, everyone. Mike, you can check your mic. Hi. Is everyone still good? Vibe check, vibe check. Nice. All right.
Mic check.
Hello.
Check, check.
Check.
Hey.
All good?
This is the most chaotic panel.
You asked for this. All right. Now, we are seeing the hot topic of varying degrees of decentralization and how community plays a role in building the industry of blockchain. Everyone is talking about this around the world, about how developers are having this important role in building the new society of the next 5-10 years from now. And Developer DAO, I'm proud to say, we have had this reputation of being approachable, being fun to be around, but most importantly, build products that actually last. And I'm very proud to be up here with my friends. I'll let them introduce themselves. Where are you from? What's your name? And what are you building?
Hey, I'm Rahat. I lead developer engineer over at Polygon. Been a Developer DAO member kind of from day one. So when Nader did that stream and released the NFT, I bought it right away. Was one of like the early moderators and worked on building out Web3Con, which was the first kind of conference/hackathon for Developer DAO.
I'm Raza. I'm the regional lead for Europe at Polygon for DevRel. I'm based in the Netherlands. I guess I'm one of those low-key Developer DAO members. I actually follow a lot of famous Dev DAOers like Rahat and the other folks. And yeah, I'm just like learning as everyone is building, I guess. So it's great to see everyone building.
Hi. So I'm Prinsa. I'm a developer relations engineer at Anchor. Can you not hear me? Okay. Hi again. So I'm Prinsa. I'm a developer relations engineer at Anchor. I also lead DevRel at Developer DAO, so you might have seen me around like a lot on social media or just in the Discord chat. But before going into Web3, I was working in my capacity as a data scientist. So that's just me, data scientist, DevRel, and like whatever you can think of.
So hey everyone, I am Nazi. I am a front-end engineer at a company called Reimagine Finance, and I'm also a part of Developer DAO. I am one of the early contributors of Developer DAO, and I am more into open source and building public goods. And sometimes I write articles about some of the tech stack and even publish video tutorials whenever I feel about that. And that's a little bit about me.
Hello, my name is Ihab. I'm based in Abu Dhabi. I'm an open source contributor to the Web3 space and the global distributed community of the people's internet. I work for Capture Alpha, that we are offering blockchain infrastructure as a service for many blockchains like Harmony, Flow, and yeah.
Thanks for being here, guys. I like what Nazi said, public goods. And Ihab, yeah, Ihab went all the way from Abu Dhabi, so let's give him a round of applause, please. All right, guys, next question. what do we mean by Web3, and what do you think it should solve? Who wants to take this question?
I think Web3 solves a lot of things. So Web3 is for me an expansion. I always say when I talk about Web3, you know, it's not everything that Web2 is we throw away. No, it's actually textbook definition is advanced AI, applied AI, and blockchain. I think blockchain took over the space because it has so many practical use cases, and AI already dominated Web2. And what it should solve, I think that there are so many angles to take from there, but some of the things that are top of mind would be you know, monetization for creators. If you look at the DeFi space, automated market makers, for me, I have a background in finance, is baffling because now you don't, that's pretty much the definition of not needing a middleman anymore. And fractional ownership on-chain. That's, I guess, like on top of mind what it would mean.
I like what he said, that the textbook definition of Web3 must include AI and blockchain. And I think that when we discuss Web3, it does not even yet fully understand what it is because there's so much left to be done. But before we get into all that, you know, decentralization and how fast we're moving in the space, I want to know, how does the place you live inspire the way you build? And this question is directed specifically to Nazi.
Okay, so I feel that the place from we came from, like, it really inspires, like how you look at the things, like look at the challenges comes to your way, and how you approach them, and also like it has cultural impact on you. So it definitely helps your people surrounding you, like affecting them, like, you know. Let's say you are working in some good company, then you are obviously would try to help like people, your friends and your society, and it obviously helps in a better way to them. So it definitely has a lot of impact on them, and I feel that if you have this mentality like of working hard and keep consistency in whatever comes to your way, then it really helps you a lot. Like not in the beginning, but in a long term, it definitely helps you.
TK, consistency and helping people. I love that.
Thank you.
Now, as a developer, how do you utilize the potential of different chains? Can any one of you shed some light on distributed roles and tasks? For example, one chain handling another task, and then the second chain handling the next one.
Yeah, I think like a really good example you can kind of look at, one thing I've been playing around with is like, you know, if I'm building something on Polygon, but I also want to reach for doing something more like storage, like any blockchain on its own is not going to be good for like holding massive amounts of storage. So like you could bring in something like the Arweave blockchain, which is specifically, you know, kind of like built for you to be able to store files permanently like on their blockchain. So I think I really like when there's blockchains that come in with very specific use cases like this, trying to like solve for like storage. Because if you do it on like Ethereum, if you do it on Polygon, whatever, it can get very, very expensive to like hold large assets like on like a traditional kind of like blockchain like that. So these like other solutions like Arweave, who kind of like focus more on the storage side of things, kind of like bring in this whole like this chain handles this very specific use case to like superpower your dApp, right? And like all of like these chains can like all work together in different ways in that way.
Nice, thank you so much. Let's give it up for him, please. I like how he mentioned Arweave. Most countries throughout the world are looking at blockchain to store their data, actually, but they're not yet able to do this because it might be controlled by the Western only always. And so decentralization is something of compute and storage, is something that the world is still waiting to happen. And we actually have someone from Developer DAO. His name is Prashant Maurya of Sperant. He's doing distributed cloud compute and storage as well. But I have Ehab here on the panel with us, and he's from Abu Dhabi. I'd like to hear from him anything regarding the leaders in Abu Dhabi, anything you noted about them, because we are seeing Dubai, specifically the UAE, and then Abu Dhabi as well, embracing blockchain to the extent of actually providing free visas, accommodation, and food to anyone of any nationality to learn coding and then blockchain. Can you tell us a little bit about 42 Abu Dhabi?
Yeah. So 42 Abu Dhabi, it's part of the 42 network.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Yeah. So it's a part of a 42 network. It's a kind of a decentralized network of campuses all over the world where it's open 24 hours, 7 days per 7, and it's gamified, and every project gives you experience and you level up, and you are free to do whatever you want. So in 42 Abu Dhabi, I created a community of Web3 builders that we are contributing to the space and to many projects, even not related to Web3, but open source project. So I wanted to speak also about how Abu Dhabi is different from Dubai for blockchain. So we see that in Dubai, it's the blockchain hub now. By why it's different from Abu Dhabi. So Abu Dhabi government is very cautious about scams and Ponzi schemes that we see in the space. So before even investing on any project in Abu Dhabi or license it, they need to go like study it and analyze it very carefully. But if the project is it's transparent, it's easier to get there like investment or any raising funds. And as Isabella said, that you can get like accommodation and support from even government and even golden visas. Yeah.
Nice, thank you so much. And the reason why I mentioned Abu Dhabi during my decentralized cloud and storage question is because we have yet to see countries, governments have their own storage. And this is something that I'm waiting for, and I'm proud to tell everyone in the room that if you have a very good idea when it comes to blockchain and even at the consensus layer, even at the storage layer, please approach Ehab or myself, and we might be able to put you in touch with someone from Abu Dhabi. So my next question is actually something that hits close to all of us. Because if you're looking at blockchain, I think the most important thing that we should continue to be made aware of is infrastructure. So to put it very simply, what infrastructure is needed to build products such as decentralized internet protocol or peer-to-peer messaging?
Yeah, I think in terms of infrastructure, so I was talking to a lot of developers and they're like, why you are interested in infrastructure space. And that is because, when we talk about building a better, and I'm like, again, building a better and not at all a new internet, because again, we are already building Web3 on top of Web2. So it's no difference, right? It's the same internet that we are building, but we want to have that authority, distributed among all of the users. We want to give away the ownership back to the users, right? And how we can make this happen is by making sure that the infrastructure layer, which is like the base layer of anything that happens in the ecosystem, right? Making sure that it's decentralized and globally distributed. Again, decentralized and globally distributed, because if it's not globally distributed, that creates some kind of discrimination. So let's say if I'm creating a dApp, I have a product and it's operating from APAC region, right? But the servers are set up in US. That means that someone who's operating their dApps from US, they'll get more throughput. And I don't want that for my dApps, right? So we have to make sure on an infrastructure layer that it's equally distributed, globally distributed, and of course decentralized in a way that we are incentivizing community members to participate in the network.
Wow, thank you for that, Crimson. Thanks for being here. How important is interoperability? And is that something you should keep in mind from the very beginning when building a new decentralized app?
Yes, so I think at this point, as a developers and as a community members, I think we should realize that users want to interact with more than one blockchain. They just don't want to interact with just Ethereum or just Polygon or just Solana. They want to interact with multi-chain products. And once we have figured this stuff out, so as a developer, it's our responsibility to build dApps that are interoperable, that are cross-chain, that have that cross-chain functionality and multi-chain functionality. And so again, like a lot of companies that you see right here, they are building that. They are building on top of, or they are maybe, such as Polygon, like they are making Ethereum better in one sense, right? And at Anchor, what we are doing is we are providing dApps and developers with access to more than 20 plus blockchain networks, because again, we have realized that users want to interact with more, and developers have realized this fact, and they will build multi-chain products.
I love what she said. Interoperability is a responsibility. I think that will be the headline for this panel. But what do you think should be done in order to optimize for data replication? Because as we know, replication is the biggest factor in achieving full decentralization. Rahat, do you want to take this away?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like work being done on like data availability, kind of like part of with modular blockchains. Celestia has been working on that. We've been working on that with Polygon Avail. I think Arbitrum is working on that with Nova. So like across all these different ecosystems, we're all seeing that, having your data kind of like put in together with your execution layer, with your with everything kind of like in this monolithic state might not be the best way to go towards the future. So like having those data availability layers are very important to just make sure that whatever data needs to be recorded, needs to be available, can be like we can have some dedicated infrastructure level for that, rather than having everything be done in one single kind of like monolithic state. So I'm really excited to see like how that kind of like evolves over the next couple of years. I think we're kind of like at the beginning stages of that. Like several people in the ecosystem working on that, like I mentioned, like us included. So it's definitely something that is what we're thinking through as we like scale Web3 a little bit more.
Thank you for that. Follow-up question. Do you think that instead of storing data, we should store proofs?
I think yes and no. I think it depends on your use case. So in some cases, you want to make sure you have access to your data as much as possible, right? So if you're if you're trying to like build a game in Web3, you need access to the different pieces of data that support your different players' profile as much as possible. You need access to that. And if you're like something more privacy focused, maybe if you're like building something in the payment space that needs to be more privacy focused, or in the medical space, there I think is a great place to like store proofs. So I think it depends from use case to use case of like where we kind of like focus on what needs to be stored. So proofs, specifically like with ZK proofs, you have a lot of use cases with like identity, with private kind of like information that needs to be verifiable. And that is where you'll see proofs, kind of like the storage of proofs probably being the biggest impact. And then kind of like the rest of like the traditional dApps, I don't think it matters as much to have like only proofs stored. I think data is still going to be super important for those.
Very nice. Thank you for that. I learned so much. What kind of use case do you wish to see in the next 2 to 5 years? Because personally, I want decentralized social media. So if we look at what's happening on Twitter today, it's crazy. And if there's any developer in this room, from Developer DAO or from Build Space, who are also our friends, Please build an alternative to Twitter now. I'd love to get on it like right now after this panel. But what are you personally excited about? Like what kind of decentralized product do you want to see?
I don't know, like I don't have any idea in mind as such, but I would love if someone solves this visa issue for everyone, like for once, especially for me, like I'd be your biggest fan forever, for life.
Yeah, 100% like I agree with that. That was top of my mind. I think the UX UI issue, Raha did a great speech on that today. If we solve that, particularly in the DeFi space, that would be amazing. And maybe that's less on the technical level where you're really dealing with, how do you deal with smart contracts and stuff like that. It's more like terminology and the user experience. I mean, if my wife goes to any DeFi website or a platform, she doesn't know what's going on. And it kind of, she's like a perfect example. If she comes to such a platform and is able to use it, I mean, at that stage, I'm waiting for that stage.
I think I have one more thing. I think one of the things that I want to see more is more no-code tools, because when we talk about onboarding, the first focus is always developers, right? That's the only persona that we are focusing on. But what about other people who are interested? I've met a lot of people, and one of the guys, he was like, this is my first time coding ever, and my first language to learn was Solidity, right? So he don't know how to make API calls, and that's basic for like a lot of Web2 developers. But then again, like we have to think about them as the developers because they are interested and they're as excited as anyone else, anyone in the panel also, right? No-code tools will allow, then I think there's a lot of bad narrative attached to using no-code tool, and that comes from a developer community, and they are gatekeeping this from other people to enter into this space. I would love to see no-code tools. I love ThirdWeb for that reason. We have like so many. Aragon Client is one other platform where you can build DAOs, right? Just by plugging, and it's literally a drag and drop thing. Like if you can make lives easier, do that.
Yeah, for me, what I want to see on the space mostly is more cross-chain application. So now why we are still having, like we are speaking about Web3, it's the web, so it must have a global adoption first. So through like router protocol or Connext network, now we have the possibility to start to build like cross-chain application for DeFi, like putting collateral on a chain, borrowing on another chain. So in the next years, I see like there will be more global adoption for those applications.
Thank you for that, Ihab. Okay, guys, let's wrap this up because I know there's an after party happening. Lastly, what does developer DAO mean to you?
Okay, so for me, developer DAO is everything. I joined developer DAO when I was in a Web2 company working part-time, and I learned Solidity, getting started into Web3, and was following Nathan's tutorial for that. And he tweeted that he has like started this DAO, and I randomly joined. When I joined, there was like around 10 channels in the whole Discord channel, and like it was like laying foundation. From there, I got to know about Gitcoin DAO. I joined that. And I worked on many projects, like 7 to 8 in that DAO also, and contributed to many open source projects in developer DAO as well. And while working in both of these DAOs, I got into my current company, Reimagine Finance, and fortunately, all the people working there are from developer DAO. Like, so for me, it was like working with friends rather than working in any company. So it really means a lot for me. So like, I wouldn't be here if developer DAO won't be there.
For everyone's knowledge, actually, Nazi came as a scholar to attend ETH Dubai in March this year.
Yes.
And since then, he's been to like two other countries, one other country, Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore and Indonesia.
Yeah, and now he's here in Web3Dubai as a speaker. So let's give it up to Nazi, please.
Thank you so much.
How about you, Ihab?
Yeah, so for me, I was introduced to Developer DAO back in ETH Dubai by Austin Griffith and Ryan Coordinator. So since then, I joined the
OG.
community. So what developer DAO means for me, it's before even going to technicality, it's all about the same mindset, being in a community with the same mindset of people. That Web3, it's before even like going to the dev, or it's like a vehicle that you are just following the ride with the same. You're just flowing with the same people, with the same mindset and vision. A vision of ownership, a vision of permissionless and trustless, and mostly contribution to the digital public goods.
Thank you.
I think for me, developer DAO really is a culture, and it will leave some kind of legacy behind in terms of collaboration, in terms of getting people together to build stuff together, right? And not just build stuff, like even if you're a starter, it will provide you with a playground to kind of experiment and innovate and fail even, right? And no one's going to be like, you know, oh, this is something that went wrong, but it will, like, you'll find people supporting you and be there throughout your journeys. So I think it's a playground if you're new in Web3, because we have seen a lot of success stories. People from all over the world join Developer DAO. They initiate, I have seen personally individual contributors turning into full-time Web3 developers, building awesome stuff. Like, we have founders, we have DevRel people. Now it's like all over the place. All the companies, all the protocols, like whatever is happening in the Web3 ecosystem, you'll find a Developer DAO member contributing in this space, which is really great. And in terms of building a culture, I think that's basically Developer DAO, like culture, community, and collaboration.
More importantly, did you notice how some people actually join Developer DAO, buy an NFT, because when they go to a conference, they don't have any friends? If they join Developer DAO, they'd have a crew at any conference in the world. You guys notice that too? Yeah. That's true. How about you?
Yeah, I guess that's what it means to me. I'm one of those low-key lurking members. You know, I read a lot, but for me it was a means to connect with a lot of people. I guess when the first event that I went to, ETH Denver, I just went to the DevDAO party and just met a bunch of people there. And ever since then, I guess like most of my friends in Web3, I met like, you know, through DevDAO without, you know, shamefully not actively contributing. So for me, DevDAO, what it really means is I go to events, it's like, hey, I'm in DevDAO, oh, cool, me too. And it's just like, you know, you get to know, you get put in a lot of group chats, which is great. And, you know, you never know what a connection, what comes out of a connection. And for me, it literally, like, from landing a job to landing gigs, it all happened through those connections.
Nice. Vibes.
Yeah, I was going to say that, vibes. For me, DevDAO has been like, this is a place that, and it echoes a lot of what everyone has been saying. It's community, everybody can come in, learn. There's always so many like different active projects and things going on. So like you have like a choice of different things that you can like dive deep into. Like, you know, you want to contribute to one specific project or another. There's like people like kind of like working on things all over. And for me, it was like, I was like learning Web3 and like building smart contracts and doing things beforehand. And then once I got into Developer DAO and like was part of these communities, I feel like that actually catapulted my career in Web3. And like I attribute me having this job that I have right now because I minted that Developer DAO NFT.
Wow.
And it was like through a lot of the contributions that I made in the DAO with like the different initiatives with Web3Con and things that I got to, I feel like, be introduced to a lot of people that helped me get to the right connections to get into here. So a little bit like echoing what Raza said, you never know like what a connection you make is going to lead to. There's like another guy, his name's Nas as well, and he had introduced me to Polygon when they were ready to sponsor us for Web3Con for Developer DAO. And because of that introduction, I was able to talk to my now boss. I was able to go through, meet them in person and everything, make a connection, and get a job. Like, you never know what different things are going to lead to. Definitely just like be part of the community, help people out. People will introduce you to people they know, and yeah, you never know where it goes from there.
And Rahat, what role do you play in Polygon now?
So I lead the developer relations engineering team.
DevRel, wow. Nice. Actually, let's touch on that really quickly. What are the different ways to do DevRel wrong?
I have a lot of hot takes that I think would make many people very angry.
Got it. Okay, let's just put it this way. What are the many ways to do DevRel right?
I think focusing on having a team that like has strengths in different parts of DevRel. DevRel touches a lot of different things. On my team specifically, we focus more on like technical content, being at hackathons, mentoring developers. So like my specific team in DevRel, we're all former engineers. But you don't have to be an engineer to be in DevRel. There are different parts of it, right? So there's event side of things, there's community, just like creating the platform for developers to come in and flourish is all important parts. So I think it's one of the most important things is to figure out what parts of DevRel you're passionate about, what parts of it is like what drives you, and go for that. Not every DevRel position, like if you're interested in DevRel, you should never apply to every single DevRel position because every single one of them is different. You need to understand what part of DevRel you want to be in, what part makes sense for this specific company, and kind of like go from there.
Thank you for that. What I took away was have that technical background, but it does not necessarily mean that that will be your job description. And one thing we are seeing today in the industry of blockchain is how these products are being built by the community for the community. And DevRels are handling the community. I would argue that DevRel has one of the most important jobs, if not the most, after the CTO. Because what is there to scale if you don't have a community? And I'd like to say thank you to the community of Developer DAO for bringing all the vibes to all the conferences. And personally thank Krinza Nazi for being my friend since day one. Actually, I came to Web3Dubai earlier this year, not knowing anyone. And then I met them. And I also met Aniket Gupta of Alchemy. And he told me to go to this house party. And that was where I met Router Protocol. So also my role with Router is in large part because of Developer DAO. All right, guys, thank you, each and every one of you for being here. Rahat, Raza, Krinza, Nazi, and Ihab. And to everyone in the audience, feel free to hang out with us. We're very approachable. We're not like, you know, tribalist, unlike other people. Developer DAO, we have a huge community in different parts of the world, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. Thanks for being here, everyone. Bye.
All right, Rahat, rap.
We want rap.
We want rap.
I need someone to drop a beat.
Go with it. Boom, chicka, boom, boom.
That sucks. All right, without a beat, I can't do this. Bye.